Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, sound check. Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
meeting of Public Works Committee on April 3rd to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. Presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the city's website, and members of the public can contact the clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternate format. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices should be turned to a non-audible function during committee meetings. That includes notifications. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, and I'll stick to our practice, which is I'll be timing you based on your speaking time, not on the response to your questions. So that is that. Approval of the agenda. Welcome to Transit Day, folks. Woo, really excited. Madam Clerk, any changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair, the following changes were made to the agenda. Item number 5 was added. 5.1, correspondence from Anna Roberts, Lakewood Beach Community Council, respecting item 11.2, My Ride Waterdown on-demand pilot review, report PW 23023. Item number 6, delegation requests. A delegation request respecting how the City of Hamilton can make the Hamilton Street Railway frequent, electric, and free for a future meeting. Added was Christine McNabb, Council of Canadians, Hamilton Chapter. Item 6.3, delegation requests respecting item 9.3, ATS eligibility audit management response report, PW 21055B, citywide for today's meeting. James Kemp, Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities. And item 8, staff presentations, 8.1, Transit Public Works, April 3rd, 2023.
Thank you. May I please have a mover and seconder to approve the amended agenda? Moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Francis. Any discussion on the agenda? Councillor Francis?
Yeah, I just wanted to declare that I'll be leaving at around 3:30 to attend a meeting with the Mayor of Burlington regarding the future of the Hamilton-Burlington Canal Piers. So I won't be here after 3:30, so.
Thank you for that notice. Any other discussion on the amended agenda? Seeing none, it's before committee for approval. I imagine folks are having a challenge with eScribe. If you need to, just manually indicate and I'll call it out. Councillor Parles in the affirmative, Councillor Jackson in the affirmative, Councillor McMeekin in the affirmative, Councillor Wilson, Maureen Wilson in the affirmative. Carried. Excellent. Moving on to declarations of interest. Any declarations at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to approval of the minutes of our previous meeting on March 30th. May I please have a mover and seconder to approve these minutes? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, second by Councillor Cassar. Thank you both. And that's the meeting of March 20th. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, it's before committee for approval.
Digitally, okay.
And that carries. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 5, which is communications. We have item 5.1. May I please get a mover and seconder to receive the communication item and refer it for consideration of item 11.2. Moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Any discussion on the comms? Seeing none, then it's before committee for approval. And that's a vote in the affirmative from Councillor Jackson, Councillor McMeekin, and myself. And that carries. Moving on to delegation requests. Committee members, may I please have a mover and seconder to approve the delegations for today? Moved by Councillor Huang, seconded by Councillor Danko. Oh, my apologies, Councillor Danko and Councillor Cassar. Thank you. Any discussion on the delegation requests? Seeing none, it's before committee for approval. In the affirmative from Councillor McMeekin and Jackson. And that carries. On to delegations. Members are reminded that questions of delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. We'll hear all of the delegations and then vote to receive them. And yeah, so we first need a mover and, no, we don't. We're calling on them one by one and then what I said, we'll approve them all at the end. So first up, we have Suzanne Craig from Adult Community Support Program. And is this in person or online? We're not sure. Virtually? Okay. Suzanne, are you with us online, virtually in WebEx? Okay, so perhaps there's some tech difficulties. I'll call on Suzanne at the end of the list. So moving on to our next delegate is Asneev Mallet from the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities. Good afternoon and welcome. And if you can just, yeah, the microphone is live, and whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you. All right, thank you for this opportunity to speak about the ATS Eligibility Audit Management Report. I'm Asneev Mallet, Chair of ACPD. For your information, I've been using DARTS since 1980, and at times I've used DARTS more than 6 times a day. And I've seen some glimmers of excellent services, but I've also seen some chaos, unimaginable poor judgment, and some negative stuff. So we need a positive approach to change. This motion, we have a motion bringing to you, we're going to bring to you, I'm sorry, soon, and it's on a positive change. It's looking at what aspects are needed to make a paratransit system work for people with disabilities in Hamilton. I hope it will be accepted, and ACPD would have an advisory role and an ad hoc committee that would plan for a permanent change. The Dillon report, the responses, I have to be honest with you, it's a Band-Aid. It's obvious the city is dealing with budgets, but we need meaningful change. There can be improved services with little or no further expense or cost. Since the 1980s, several studies have been undertaken, but none that made a positive difference to the passengers. Merely complaining has not worked, and there is a latency of effect in complaining. When you complain over and over again, there's no follow-up, nothing happens. You just lose interest in doing it. It seems meaningless to continue to do that. So, I'm sure you know this, but ridership has increased, and it's because access to education, entertainment and entertainment facilities, recreational opportunities are more accessible. The built environment is more accessible. Airplanes, trains are more accessible. However, our local paratransit services have not improved in ways that make the lives of the passengers easier. And also for your information, many passengers do try to cancel their trips. However, it's not automated. They have to wait to speak to someone, and often that call doesn't go through. We can learn a lot from the taxi industry. When you call, it identifies who you are by your unique telephone number, and you just press a button, and it allows you to cancel. Quick. You don't have to wait online. Nobody's angry. It's done, and it's done well. So to end, there are absolutely no options for people using mobility devices to take a different way of getting places. None whatsoever. Wheelchair taxis for a while were an option, but there are hardly any of them, and there is absolutely no priority that they should pick up someone in a wheelchair or with a mobility device first. And that's it. I hope that council will go beyond this report and make some meaningful changes. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for delegating. Committee members, any questions for our delegate? Seeing none, good afternoon and thank you for joining us. Next up, we have Tim Nolan from Accessibility Hamilton Alliance.
Here you are.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Nan and members of the Public Works Committee. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come and speak with you today. Asniv spoke very eloquently about the effect of paratransit on the lives of people with disabilities. And I'm going to start with a thought from Tommy Douglas. Tommy Douglas said that a caring nation is one that looks after people who are less fortunate. And only through awareness can a nation atone for its past indiscretions. That comment by Tommy Douglas back in the mid-20th century, and for those of you who may not know who Tommy Douglas was, it was his inspiration and vision that brought together the Social Credit Party and the CCF parties to form what is now the NDP party in Canada. Tommy Douglas had a lot of vision, and for those of you who don't know, it's because of Tommy Douglas's vision for a better Canada that each of you now enjoys universal health care, employment insurance, Canada Pension, and Social Security. Those things came about because of the vision, the inspiration of Tommy Douglas. People with disabilities, as Asniv had said, have been living with a paratransit system that is designed on a shared ride model. And while that may work at certain times of the day and work okay, it doesn't work really well. People with disabilities are compelled to book their life a week in advance, a minimum of a week in advance. And I'm sure each of you doesn't have to do that every day of your life, every day, all day long. But people with disabilities who rely upon paratransit must do that. Oh, and by the way, they not only must live their lives a week in advance, they must live their lives according to every other rider in the system. Because as I pointed out for each of you in a letter of correspondence a few days back, some of the experiences that were in that letter from riders, from people with disabilities who rely on the system. They travel from Dundas, the lower part of Dundas, up to Waterdown before they're taken back to McMaster. Why would they go that far out of the way when they're going directly to McMaster and it's only a 10-minute ride away? That's what people with disabilities are compelled to live with each and every day of their life. They're compelled to live their lives according to somebody else's needs. I don't think that that's what you envision, and that's certainly not a demonstration of being a caring community. There are so many issues with the paratransit system in Hamilton, and those problems go far beyond Hamilton. Hamilton is not alone. So please don't think that I'm up here picking on darts or citing darts as a major problem. This is a national and an international problem because that's the way systems are designed. there is opportunity here. There's opportunity to think outside the box. There's an opportunity to take a Tommy Douglas type approach to paratransit. That would be your demonstration of being a caring council, a caring community, looking after the people who can't always look after themselves in the way that they want to do that. Give it a try. There's nothing to lose by having a conversation. There's nothing lost, only everything to be gained by a conversation. So I really ask you, think outside the box. Think what life is like for people with disabilities. Try to imagine yourself not being able to drive on the highway unless you book your spot on the highway 7 days in advance. Imagine being on hold for over an hour or 2 or 3 and asking for a callback and never getting it, and then not being able to go to your doctor, to go to a medical appointment, to go to church. That's what people with disabilities face every day. It's time to think outside the box. I will leave you with this. Tommy Douglas had a vision among his many, and that vision was that Canada be seen by people around the world as a jewel at the top of the continent. Hamilton and you, each of you councillors here around this table today, have a chance to make Hamilton become a bright, shining diamond in Ontario when it comes to paratransit. If you choose not to accept my proposition to think outside the box and compel staff to work with people with disabilities, to consider something else, Hamilton will look nothing but like a piece of coal. So here's your opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. If you can just stay there, we do have a speakers list with some colleagues who'd like to ask you some questions. First up is Councillor McMeekin, followed by Councillor Jackson. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. And Mr. Nolan, thank you again for appearing before us. Tommy Douglas was a very good friend of mine, and he said a lot of really important things. My favorite was when he talked about outside the box thinking, and he said, if instead of flowers, we could plant a beautiful thought in the heart of a friend, that would be to give as the angels give. And I think there have been occasions when you've appeared before this council and when you and I, on a couple of occasions, have had a chance to talk privately where you planted some beautiful thoughts. So thank you for that. I have one question which I think you're probably ideally suited to give an honest, authentic answer. And of all the trips, I understand there are some 900,000 trips that are booked every year. About 300,000 are canceled. Either they can't be met or there's some other reason. And that I think you've even shared some information with me about the average length of the trip, just over 9 kilometers, and some of the cost implications. Of all the trips that are booked and taken, what percentage of those trips would you think would meet the description of problematic?
Can I ask, what do you mean by problematic?
Problematic, you're not on time, you couldn't get picked up. I remember one situation where there was somebody who had to connect through Burlington, stopped, went into Hamilton, you couldn't make a connection back.
Okay, so I'll pause you there, and then that's the clarity you were seeking, Mr. Nolan. Can you answer the question?
Yeah, thank you. In my world, zero. 0%. I mean, I'm a registered passenger with DARTS. I choose not to use DARTS because of its complex nature. I'm fortunate enough that I do qualify for taxi script. and therefore I use the taxi script when I have to attend medical appointments, or if I'm grocery shopping every week, I use the taxi script. And I call for a taxi. The taxi, I live on the 3rd floor of an apartment building downtown. I call for a taxi. The taxi's at the door before I get there, and I'm only taking an elevator down 2 floors. It's regularly there before me. I call a taxi when I'm finished grocery shopping, and it's usually there within 5 minutes. There's no waiting around. There's no taxi looking there ahead of me and waiting for me to show up and say, where are you? Oh, by the way, Mr. Nolan, you're not there, so bingo, there's a no-show for you. And now you're going to get a threatening letter from the Accessible Transportation Services telling you that, by the way, you've had 9 no-shows in the last month and a half, and so therefore we're cutting you off. That's what happens now. An on-demand system delivered by taxis, and I'm sure all of you know what I'm purporting here. An on-demand taxi system delivered by, or an on-demand system delivered by the taxi industry in Hamilton will actually have 0 problems, in my estimation. 0. And you can look at the ATS reports and you look at the number of complaints, because the data is right there for you. You take a look at those reports and you look at the number of complaints against the DARTS service and its operators and subcontractors, and then you look at the number of complaints levied against the taxi industry for taxi script users. It's like 10 at DARTS in a week and 0 at taxi. They don't exist.
Thank you.
It's a no-brainer.
Councillor?
The reason thanks, Madam Chair, the reason I asked the question the way I did, and maybe others have this experience as well, when I hear about DARTS, it's invariably a complaint. I don't think I've ever had a call from anybody using DARTS saying, what a great service. There are probably lots of people out there who might say that, but I don't hear from them. I hear from people, particularly in the snow. One of my constituents, I had to stop my car and help because she was going up Hamilton Street, the busiest intersection in Waterdown, with her wheelchair and cars very ignorantly honking their horns at her to get the hell out of the way. It wasn't a very pleasant experience for her or for anybody who happened to witness it. So I take it that you as a user of the taxi script program would suggest strongly to us, Mr. Nolan, that that could be relatively complaint-free, on time, and perhaps more sensitive to the needs of folk who need special transportation services. Would that be true?
Absolutely, and to your point about, when you are a recipient of communications about DARTS, they're typically complaints. The people who have reached out to me personally, and I sent you an excerpt from 4 people individually who reached out to me to speak on their behalf. One of whom even thanked me for being able to speak on their behalf because they don't get that chance. The only thing that they've had positive to say about the system is they like the drivers, and the drivers are generally friendly, and the people on dispatch and reservations seem to be generally friendly. That's the only positive feedback I've heard about the industry.
Thank you. Councillor, you have about a minute left.
Okay, sure changed a lot since I remember 1975 being there when Marjorie Baskin and a crew of caring women made a presentation to create this group called DARTS. It was going to be a temporary service, and it was going to cost $50,000 a year. I think we just went over $24 million this year. Anyhow, that's it for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Nolan, we do have 2 other councillors with questions.
Okay.
Councillor Jackson, then Councillor Crouch.
Thanks, Chair Nan, and thank you, Tim, again for delegating. Tim, a couple of quick questions. I want to piggyback on the answer you just gave Councillor McMeekin and ask you if your desire to basically have, let's call it basically a new system in place, that one-to-one relationship that I've heard so often from many seniors in my ward, the door-to-door, developing a relationship with that darts driver has just been immeasurable and very much appreciated. Under whatever the new guise is, if your desire of a new system were to take place, is there an opportunity to maintain that one-to-one relationship that so many of the passengers have come to really appreciate from the drivers? Through you, Chair Nan, please.
You know what, that's a great question, and the answer is absolutely yes. I don't know if you know, but the taxi industry generally operates in sectors. So the taxi drivers typically stay inside their own sector in the city, and I think there's something about, I don't know, there might be 7 or 8 different sectors across the entire city. And so, you know, most people, think about this. If the average distance of your trip is 9.3 kilometers, the vast majority of trips are not going very far. You're probably staying inside your sector. And if the taxi drivers who are delivering service are generally operating inside their sector, then you're going to get the same drivers all the time. And that's what you get with darts right now. You're getting the same drivers all the time. I used to, before I retired, I would take a taxi home from work quite often. And I was always getting the same drivers. And the beauty of that relationship was that those guys would actually, when they pull up to the curb at McMaster where I would pick up my trip, they would roll down their windows and say, "Hey Tim, how you doing? You know, I'm here for you." And I would recognize who they were by their voice. And we'd have great conversations all the way home about all kinds of things, where they grew, what country they were from, or their family, and the ability to establish a really good relationship with people was phenomenal. And that's because these guys drive, they stay generally in their own sectors. So, to answer your question, absolutely. That is very, very doable and quite likely an outcome.
Thank you, Tim. Second question, this is my last one, Chair Nan.
Thank you.
Tim, maybe just for public consumption, unless I've missed it, your group, the Accessibility Hamilton Alliance, I'm very familiar with ACPD, CNIB, a lot of the other groups that advocate for the disabled. Accessibility Hamilton Alliance, maybe just for public consumption, tell us a little bit of who you are, how long you've been around, et cetera. And that's my last question, Chair Nan.
Thank you, Mr.
Please,
Moore.
Tim. Thank you.
So completely unrelated to the purpose of my delegation here today. Accessibility Hamilton Alliance started back in the fall because as a member of ACPD, we were constrained. A committee of council was constrained in the ability to communicate with potential candidates for the municipal election, to understand what their vision was for accessibility in the city, what were their views, what did they know, what did they not know. And so because we were a committee of council, we could not actually perform that task. So I said to myself, I'd like to know that. So I reached out on my own, and it sort of dawned on me, if Tim Nolan reaches out to potential candidates, they might just say, who the heck is Tim Nolan? Like, why would I care who Tim Nolan is when he's asking me questions about paratransit, sidewalk snow clearing, or electric scooters in the city, or outdoor dining, all of the things I asked for in my communication. They would, why would they respond? So I thought, well, you know what? Maybe if I create a pseudonym called Accessibility Hamilton Alliance, I might get a little bit more attention because it sounds really good. And on top of that, I thought, I need to try to give people what I call an aha moment, where you go, aha. So that's what Accessibility Hamilton Alliance is. It's an aha moment for you. And that's what I'm talking about here today. When I talk about transit, I'm talking about an aha moment. And since then, I've been supported by the Canadian Council of the Blind, the Alliance for the Equality of Blind Canadians. I've been supported by the AODA Alliance. I'm supported by the PACE program at McMaster. And I'm supported by all kinds of other individuals with disabilities seeking support and somebody to be their voice, because there just isn't enough people out there to give voice to the needs of people with disabilities. And they know, you know, I hope I'm articulate enough.
Thank you very much.
So-
Thank you, Tim. And I think for many in this community, this will be brand new information as to how the Accessibility Hamilton Alliance got formed, who you are, and exactly the advocacy you're doing. Thank you, Chair Nan.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor Cretch, followed by Councillor Pauls.
Thanks, and thanks for your presentation, Tim. And through the chair, I only have one question. You talked about, at the end of your presentation, you said that it's within us here to think about things looking outside of the box, specifically to compel staff to go a different way with this, is kind of what I took from what you said. How do you envision that happening? What do you think is missing? Obviously, there's been a lot of advocacy over many years, and some of that advocacy has been with staff, with members of council in previous terms of council, and I sense a frustration generally. So I'm putting the question to you is, what does it look like for you moving forward for this to reach a kind of resolution? What are you looking for to happen exactly?
I want to start the conversation. That's the first thing, conversation. I think, this is my opinion, and since I'm sort of the primary principle behind Accessibility Hamilton Alliance, this is the position of the Accessibility Hamilton Alliance. I think we should have a conversation with a handful of councillors before we get to staff, before we start to get into the weeds about what might it look like and all of that kind of stuff. I think you will have an awful lot of questions about what the possibilities might be. And since you are the elected people and you are the ones who ultimately make the decisions, I think you need to be better informed. I'd really love to sit down and go through this most recent ATS report with you and go through it line by line and tell you where all of the gaps are and tell you what are all of the inconsistencies and what are all of the barriers. In my correspondence with you, I said earlier, the tone, the tenet of this report, the tenet of the decision of the previous council is that we're blaming people with disabilities for being disabled. Why? People don't ask to be disabled. Nobody wants to be disabled. I lost my eyesight back in 1981. This is a real experience with me. When I lost my eyesight, I was waiting for a bus in downtown Hamilton, and I had enough eyesight that I didn't use a white cane. And I was waiting for a bus to come at a bus stop that serviced two routes. One was Upper James and the other was the college. And those buses would arrive about 15 minutes apart. But it was common that one bus would be late and another bus would be early. So you wouldn't necessarily know what bus was coming when you couldn't read the sign on the front of the bus. So a bus pulled up and I'm standing there and I happened to be the only person at the stop, and the door opened and I said to the driver, "Can you tell me what bus this is?" And the driver looked at me and said, "What's the matter? Can't you read?" Almost.
Take a moment, sorry. Yep, take the time you need to. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Sure. Thank you. So, you know, the comment was almost to imply that I was stupid. I probably had more education than the driver did. Excuse me.
Yeah.
40 years ago. Clearly, I'm not over it. But I looked at the driver and I said, "No, I'm sorry, I can't see." And then the driver told me which bus it was, and it happened to be the bus I was looking for. So I boarded the bus. And as I'm sitting on the bus, I'm reflecting on what just happened. And I realized I said to the driver, "No, I'm sorry, I can't see." I had no reason to apologize for being. I had no reason to apologize for the loss of my eyesight. And I realized I wasn't apologizing to him. I was apologizing to myself. And I certainly didn't need to do that. I mean, I didn't ask to lose my eyesight. I could have done without losing my eyesight. But having lost my eyesight, it's okay because it's opened me up to an entire new world, a world that I would have never known had I retained my eyesight. I worked for 31 years at McMaster, and I met many, 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 many thousands of wonderful people with disabilities. Many great people. And I guarantee you, every one of them would have said the same thing. If I had a chance to go and do it all over again, I think I'd choose a life without a disability, because the systems around us, like DARTS, like shared ride paratransit, those things reinforce the negative stereotypes and the negative attitudes and the negative outcomes of disability. Think outside the box. Take a Tommy Douglas approach. There's got to be something better. And Hamilton being the first transit program in this province, in this country, probably in the world, you guys could be the shining jewel on the west end of Lake Ontario if you think outside the box. The opportunity is yours. You have a chance. Do it.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Over to you, Councillor Crutch. Any further questions?
No further questions from me. Just thank you very much for sharing that, Tim. And I'll happily follow up with you by email to help arrange a meeting. Happy to meet with you. Happy to meet with you with colleagues to talk about these issues. And thanks very much for your suggestions. That's all from me.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
And thank you, and through the chair, thank you, Mr. Nolan, and also thank you for sharing your experience. It's so important to do so. I'm just wondering, for even public understanding and my own, you say you take the taxi strips. Is there a cost between taxi strips and the DARTs?
Mr. Nolan? Yep.
Yes. So the way the system works is a person who is eligible for taxi scrip, and I would defer to any staff who want to correct me on this, but any person who is eligible for taxi scrip can purchase up to 3 books per month at a value of $40 per book for an out-of-pocket cost of $24. So people with disabilities pay 60% of the face value of the taxi scrip, but the face value of the scrip is a full dollar for dollar value when you take a trip by taxi, and only taxi. And it doesn't work for Uber and it doesn't work for Lyft. It only works for Hamilton taxis.
Thank you. Councillor?
That's very interesting to know. And so DARTS has over 9,000 ridership and roughly 300,000 cancel. Taxi strips, I'm wondering how many people use that. It'd be interesting to know. But I think it makes sense to look at it and to see what we can do. And we are looking forward to your input and seeing what we can do. So thank you again for coming and for sharing.
If I can give you a response to that, if I may?
Sure, I would love that.
Okay. So here's some real data. In the past 6 months, DARTS has called upon the taxi industry to deliver a total of 791 trips.
Wow.
Because there was no vehicle, DARTS vehicle or subcontractor vehicle available. So on at least 791 occasions in the last 6 months, DARTS called a taxi to deliver a trip at the real meter cost. Each of those trips on average, was 9.3 kilometers, and the average cost of those trips was $22.64. You extrapolate that over 600,000 trips in the system, and these are trips delivered by taxi, remember, right? Like DART's, dials 905 blank, 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 and they say, can you pick up passenger blah, blah, blah at such and such a location and take them to where they're going? Done. 9.3 kilometers, $22.64 per trip. You extrapolate that data over 600,000 trips, the entire cost to you right now is $13.58 million. Right now, you're paying $25 million for DART. You could deliver the same number of trips for $13.58 million. Those are real numbers, and I don't make that stuff up. Those are real numbers in your system right now. And the passengers, as far as I know, they were all happy, and they all got their trips on time. They didn't have to wait around, and there were 0 no-shows in those 791 trips. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. One
Councillor,
last
any other
question.
questions? Thank you.
If I can, do I have time? Okay, who qualifies then for the taxis? Is anybody could get them? Or?
I would defer to staff, because I'm, that's a question I think that staff is better qualified to answer.
Thank you. Councillor, you can hold your questions until we get to the report. I appreciate
That would be
it.
great.
Any
Thank
further
you.
questions for our delegate? Seeing none, thank you again, Mr. Nolan, for joining us and for sharing your delegation today and responding to all the questions. Next up, we do have Tiffany Garvey from Accessibility Hamilton Alliance. Tiffany, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, could you, are you able to turn on your camera or no?
Yes, just give me a second.
Okay,
Sorry.
no worries.
Can you see me?
Can't see you at this time. We can hear you loud and clear. Just hold 1 second through the clerk.
I don't know.
There is a little icon that looks like a video camera.
Oh, no. Hang on. I hit the camera, but... Oh, hang on. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Start my video.
There we go.
Okay. There we go.
Excellent. Thank you, Tiffany. So you have 5 minutes. Start when you're ready.
Yes. Okay. I just want to say good afternoon and thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I just first of all want to say I commend Mr. Tim. I fully support his ability to speak on behalf of DARTS. I myself have had many issues with DARTS being either late or tardy. And as for a suggestion that I had spoken with a friend, the one issue that I wanted to address is where dance makers and the on Innovation Drive is, where Wentworth and Dance Makers is, they need to have a roundabout circle. Because due to traffic flow, there's tons of car accidents, and it is when it is rush hour, people do not pay attention coming out of Harry Howell and the Dance Makers on Innovation Drive. And that is all.
Thank you, Tiffany. So at this point, we're open for questions, and we do have a speakers list. Councillor McMeekin, question for Tiffany?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. So how you doing, Tiffany?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Okay. I just want to, in complete transparency, note that Tiffany's a constituent in Ward 15 who must spend a quarter of her time sending me emails and speaking, all of which I deeply appreciate. And I think Tiffany has applied to join the special committee people with disabilities, and we're hopeful that she lands a seat because she has a wealth of experience, which I have come to treasure. So it's not a question. My question was, how you doing? And I think you're doing fine. It's so great to see you here. I was really hoping you'd make it, and I'm pleased you did. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you. No further comments or questions from council. So again, thank you for joining us this afternoon for your delegation. Next up, we have James Kemp from the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities. James, online, virtually, if we could turn on your camera and your microphone, can confirm that we can see and hear you, and then you'll have 5 minutes when you're ready. Can see you just fine.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson and members of the Public Works Committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me today regarding Report PW 21055B. I'm speaking to you today as a member of the ACPD, a person with an invisible disability, a mobility device user, an HSR user, a taxi script user, and as a member of the 1% that is denied by DARTS. Firstly, purchasing wheelchair accessible supervisor vehicles is a great idea. Some of us think it is the best idea in the entire Dillon report. They can be employed during incidents on buses, when there are unexpected detours that strand people in mobility devices, when the closest bus stops are inaccessible due to construction, and potentially in the wheelchair scooter breakdown plan. The idea of smaller accessible buses is also worthy of exploration, especially on rural routes for more on-demand service. Removing people from DARTS and forcing them to take HSR either alone or as part of an integrated transit system is a little premature. I can tell you from my lived experience that using HSR as a person with disability is often a demeaning, degrading experience, and we're often made to feel that we don't belong, that we are slowing everyone down, that we require too much space, that we must be manhandled by the drivers in a way that makes us feel unsafe or cause us pain. I've had terrible experiences as recently as yesterday and as far back as I can remember. The Dillon report says that because the HSR employs ALFs, accessible low floors, on all its vehicles, it is fully accessible, but that is not correct. HSR may be AODA compliant, but that is not the same as accessible. Until recently, I would have rated the accessibility at 3 out of 5 stars. With the newest model of buses put on the road at the end of last year, I would say that is now a 2 out of 5. We have pointed out the design flaws for years, and none of that advice seems to be addressed. A large portion of the buses I take still don't have rear-facing displays. The route announcers rarely work. The stop announcements are still inaudible a lot of the time. The vertical stabilizer is inaccessible for independent use. Even the vibration report, also on this agenda, clearly states that the vibrations are too much for the drivers. Well, they're equally bad for those of us that live in pain or suffer injury. Immunocompromised individuals dread catching something on the bus because no one else is masked and it is overcrowded. This report makes mention of travel training, but no mention of increased driver training. They need to be better trained in onloading and offloading passengers without compromising passenger safety. They need training on how to properly redistribute passengers when there are multiple mobility devices, as well as bundle buggies and strollers. Bus drivers will also need better sensitivity training when dealing with more people with mental, intellectual, and developmental disabilities. They often aggravate the situation instead of diffusing it. Drivers still don't know how to secure the various mobility devices safely. I just want to take a moment to explain that there are some amazing bus drivers working for the HSR. I don't mean to paint all bus drivers with the same brush, as there is a percentage that understands how to do all this properly and professionally, treating everyone with respect and empathy, and I salute each and every one of them. Unfortunately, we always remember the bad experiences more than the good ones. The most recent bus design seems to have us sitting out in the open, unprotected from passengers. They squeeze past us and hit us with backpacks. The vertical arresting belt is still not accessible by the passenger. The HSR is still using the yellow strip for the signaling device despite repeated requests to find an alternative, and in my case, is too low to be accessible. Accessible transportation has been significantly impacted since the pandemic, and our choices seem to get narrower. DARTS is in trouble. HSR is not improved. Accessible taxis on the road are fewer than ever, and it is difficult to use taxi scripts since the audit report. On a lighter note, we appreciate the HSR's recent advertising regarding invisible disabilities, but without an education campaign to reinforce it, it seems not to be having the effect we hope for. I am providing my lived experience to highlight and understand the difficulties we're facing daily. I can see a time when integrating the two systems can possibly work for the betterment of all, but I fear that the current plan is a little premature until these issues can be addressed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your delegation. No speakers or no questions at this time. Thank you again for your delegation today. And going back to the top of the list, Suzanne Craig from Adult Community Support Program. Are you online? Okay, it doesn't appear to be. So Unfortunately, we'll have to move on the agenda, and that exhausts our delegations for today. So could I please get a mover and seconder to receive all the delegations? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Spatafora. And this is to receive the delegations, and it should be before you electronically now. For those of you who need to indicate, please do so. Yeah, thumbs up by Councillor Spatafora and Francis, Jackson, Maureen Wilson, Pauls, McMeekin, Kretsch, and A. Wilson. If you see it on your screen, just do it digitally. Just came in. Otherwise, I've called you out. And that carries, thank you. Moving on to staff presentations. So the omnibus presentation, committee members, so the presentation that you're about to receive includes content from all of the reports that we're considering under discussion items. Director will go through the presentation, and so if you do have questions specific to the presentation, get yourself on the speakers list. But if you have questions that are more nitty-gritty on the reports, we do ask you to hold those questions until we get to that specific report item, okay? Clear, over to you, Director. Oh, it's City Manager. I didn't see you, I apologize. City Manager Smith, please, with the introduction.
Go get ready. Good afternoon, Chair and Public Works Committee members. While Director Cousin Heath and the team sets up their presentation with the assistance of the clerk staff, I'd like to say a few words because our General Manager, Ken, he's at a funeral this afternoon, but this is a really significant presentation, and so I wanted to be here in his absence to say a few remarks. The reports and presentation today has involved a significant amount of work from a large number of people, and so I really wanted to thank the transit team for all their efforts to get us to this important presentation today. I know you have all been waiting for it. Designing a transit network is no small feat, and it requires careful consideration and balance of several factors. Hamilton Transit partnered with McMaster's Department of Civil Engineering to conduct a systematic assessment and optimization of the Hamilton Street Railway network. And you're going to hear more about that in the presentation. Through Re-Envision, the team explored two key elements: the voice of the customer around their perceived and desired quality of service and their experiences, and two, the reconfiguration of our network. The team had to work through a number of factors: population demographics, existing and future infrastructure, population growth and planning density. What will our city look like in the future? Travel patterns, our geographic features, climate change, budget requirements, and funding. So in summary, the team has looked at understanding these factors not only for today, but also projected out the needs of Hamiltonians into the future. And how does transit contribute to the sustainability of our city? And now I will pass it over to Director Maureen Cousin Heath.
Through the chair, it is my pleasure to be here this afternoon. As mentioned, my name is Maureen Cousin Heath, and I'm the Director of Transit at the City of Hamilton, representing the Great Hamilton Street Railway. The Transit Division is very pleased to bring forth for you today, for the first time ever, the HSR redesigned network. We will also be providing a number of updates on other topics and staff reports. In the essence of time, my staff presentation has been guided with the intent to provide key highlights on each of the reports, and it will detail out for you whether it is a recommendation or information item. Because of the focus of this presentation on the redesigned network, including the background information and historical perspective, the recommendations on the redesign will come at the end of the section, whereas for all other reports, any recommendations will come at the top before key highlights. We recognize that there is a significant amount of material before you today to support the agenda, and I will use the presentation only as a mechanism to highlight key points. Before I begin today, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge that this is a penultimate day for transit staff. Re-Envision the HSR began many years ago, back in 2018, under the leadership of my predecessor. As with any transformational project, occasionally you encounter a plot twist, and our case was no exception. An LRT project on, and then off, and now on again, a worldwide pandemic, and the two-way conversion of Main Street. To say that this has been a long journey would truly underestimate the amount of work that the staff have undertaken. I'm proud to have many members of my transit leadership team here beside me today, and I acknowledge that I am the extremely fortunate leader who gets to present the work that they have so diligently toiled away on. I would also like to note that the transit industry is a close-knit and collaborative group, and with associations like the Canadian Urban Transit Association, the Ontario Public Transit Association, and QTRIC advancing the importance of transit advocacy with multi-level of government funding, we are well supported. We also thank our neighboring GTHA transit agencies that are joining us online here today, and I would also like to thank the President, Eric Tuck of Local 107 ATU, who has chosen to join us here today in a show of solidarity for the changes that we're about to embark upon. This fall's past election installed a significant number of new faces around the horseshoe. So accordingly, I want to make sure that we take an opportunity to understand the history of this project. So we will spend some time covering the backstory that has led us to how we got here today and how we plan to advance the HSR redesigned. Public transit is a vital part of a healthy and prosperous community. Hamilton has seen tremendous growth in all major sectors, which is wonderful. And the upcoming LRT project will position us for the future. But in order for success to be achieved, a robust, reliable, and dependable bus network must first be in place. Accessible, conventional bus service is the backbone of our community. It allows people to participate in our city, whether they are traveling to see loved ones, to and from work or school, or taking in any of the many wonderful festivals or concerts that our city has to offer. Public transit can help get you there. Transit is an extremely safe form of travel. Statistically, you are less likely to be involved in a collision on a city bus than traveling in your own car. Transit is an extremely affordable municipal service, and it is a green choice. Considering that a standard bus can hold approximately 42 people, and assuming an average of 1.25 riders in a car, we carry approximately 34 cars worth of people on a single standard 40-foot-long bus. A transit network is the single most important community connector, and a transit service that attracts ridership when the network is robust, reliable, frequent, and responsive to get riders where they want to go and when they want to get there. To motivate people to use transit instead of their vehicle, trips have to closely mirror that of a car. Travel time has to be similar and comparable, and the frequency of the network must be fulsome enough to provide for spontaneous travel as much as possible. Transfers have to be limited, and building the network will help remove the argument for why I don't take the bus and help us shift the narrative to have people who are influencers say, this is why I do take the bus. To retain existing customers and influence and attract new riders, we had much figuring out to do to build a brand new network. I also want to make clear that we used a blank slate approach. The planners were not constrained with any existing routing. Nothing had to be maintained. If you were starting a brand new transit system unfettered with what's already there, what would it look like? What could it be? So our aspirational network is a responsive way to the key learnings that we acquired through research and development. As we begin to discuss the redesigned network, I'm going to provide an overview of the history, the problem identification, and methodology and approach that was used to arrive at the new map that you see before you today. We used a series of inputs to drive our desired outcomes. Long before our community had heard of Re-envision the HSR, there was a significant body of work generated through reports presented to councils past on how to advance transportation and transit in the GTHA and Hamilton. One of the key reports that is historical in nature for us, of course, is the Rapid Ready report back in 2013. It was that report that gave us the impetus to develop our 10-year local transit strategy in 2015. You'll note that the Re-envision the HSR was first requested by Council back in 2018, and here we are 5 years later, finally presenting you the HSR redesigned. Before we focus on where we want to go, I want to take a moment to talk about the why and the how the 10-year local transit strategy is so important to us. Like many transit agencies across Canada, we were hit with great reductions to service and hours in the 1990s as a result of reduced funding for operating and capital. And many agencies, just like HSR, were forced to cut service due to this decreased investment. Note the difference between the number of service hours and ridership between 1994 and 2019 here in Hamilton. It took us almost 20 years to get back to the 740,000 service hours from 1994. All the while, the population was growing steadily. And look what happened to ridership during that time. From 20.6 million rides in 1994 to just 21.6 million by 2019. During the 1990s cuts, we lost 20% of our ridership in just 4 years. There is a direct correlation between the reduction in transit service hours and transit ridership. If you cannot offer service that is frequent and reliable, that is on time, inevitably your ridership will suffer. And all of that will happen as your municipal population continues to grow. The 10-year local transit strategy was the tool that Hamilton used to begin reinvestment, reestablish service, get our fleet back into a state of good repair, and finally begin investing in transit again with the intent to grow ridership. And we are very grateful to have received support from Council and funding from the provincial and federal governments that have helped us invest in transit infrastructure, grow our service, purchase expansion buses, and prepare for our upcoming second maintenance and storage facility. Without these investments, we would not be here today on the cusp of a newly redesigned network. Back in 2018, Re-envision the HSR was approved as a project as part of the 2018 budget cycle. The unique approach to the project is represented by the connection between the Transit Division and academia, most notably McMaster University's Department of Civil Engineering, who helped us conduct a systemic assessment and optimization of our current network. Re-envision the HSR has two key deliverables. First of all, we wanted to explore the voice of the customer, of users and non-users alike, and determine desired quality outcomes and perceptions of the service which we're already delivering. And finally, the second outcome of Re-envision was the redesign of our conventional accessible transit bus network. The HSR redesign started with several council-led inputs, including council priorities, the official plan, the transportation master plan, and the economic plan and objectives. And finally, no less importantly, but perhaps most importantly of all, the voice of the customer that we collected through the over 13,000 public engagements that we undertook. One of the key outcomes that we had from our Re-envision undertaking was the guiding principles. And for those of you in the audience, this slide represents a graphic of our 6 guiding principles which set out how we intend to conduct business in transit going forward. That customer experience is truly at the heart of what we do, that we connect and innovate and evolve, that we will continue to engage with our employees to help improve the customer experience. We will make a positive impact on our community, the environment, and the economy. We will honor equity and diversity and inclusion through our work, and most importantly, we will deliver on our promise. We respect that our guiding principles will help shape how we deliver an effective and efficient transit system in Hamilton. The voice of customer impact is quite a significant undertaking. As I mentioned, we received over 13,000 engagements between online surveys, in-person interactions at a variety of festivals and fairs and pop-up shops. We have implemented recently a CSAT, a customer satisfaction rating tool for Rate My Ride for end-of-trip survey collection, and we have implemented a customer panel with more than 800 participants. All of these 13,000 plus inputs, I can summarize for you exactly what they told us. Their message rang through loud and clear, and we have answered them with our redesign. Customers have said they want service that is fast, frequent, reliable, and affordable. They want better service on weekends and holidays, better opportunities to connect with other modes of transit, and go. From a community building perspective, they want us to look at bus stops as a public place. I want to loop back for a moment on fast, frequent, and reliable. You'll hear me say that several times today. It sounds so simple and so obvious, but never underestimate the importance of those three things. Fast, frequent, and reliable, that is our product. That is our transit product offering. And they are the basic foundational principles of a transit system that people want to ride. If we don't get that mix right first, then anything we else do simply will not matter. Think back to that graph showing the plunging ridership in the 90s when the service cuts took place. We lost our focus back then on fast and frequent and reliable. And the customers, they voted with their feet, and they found another way to get where they're going. Our core network, this is a reiteration of what I just said on the prior slide, that they are looking for fast, frequent, and reliable service, affordable, and connected with interregional and other modes of travel. Our core network is about 100 years old. So not a lot has changed in that century. In fact, the day we released the concept design last week happened to coincide with the exact day 150 years earlier when the Articles of Incorporation happened to be filed for HSR. Fun fact. So with a network that's over 100 years old, our population that has continued to grow, and our network has been expanded through recent investments, but it still carries the scars of the nipped and tucked services from the 90s. We took services from one area of the community to address shortages in other areas. So we have service inequities based on these actions that need to be addressed. We also know that the network has some operational vulnerabilities which negatively impacts our service reliability. The existing network is no longer reflective of the role that Hamilton plays in the broader regional transportation connecting Toronto through Niagara and the improvements that are necessary in key areas for growth and development to support both businesses and employers alike. And the current network also isn't ready to support the largest infrastructure investment in our city's history, the LRT. What is truly unique about Re-Envision is how the redesigned network was approached. Instead of a typical consultation engagement assignment, we tapped in to a Made in Hamilton solution by partnering with McMaster University and Dr. Moataz Mohammed from the Department of Civil Engineering, who has joined us today by video conference from the other side of the world. Dr. Mohammed was the principal investigator on the project, and we are very grateful for the work of him and his team. Under his leadership and that of my predecessor, the Re-Envision project ensured that we took both a qualitative and quantitative approach. We understood that a robust assessment of empirical data at the micro-operational level, passenger counts, transfers, boardings, and deboardings, would need to be understood. We then did a risk analysis, accessibility of the network analysis, travel time, and overall coverage. We looked at quality of service and willingness to pay. And then up to the macro level, we looked from a citywide perspective how and where Hamilton has and will grow, including land use and density. The guiding documents for consideration set out by Council that our researchers consulted were the Urban Official Plan, factoring in the key importance of the Downtown Growth Centre and bringing to life the notion that West Harbour GO Station should be a major transit hub. We also looked at urban transit corridors as the passageway for all higher order system. Then the Transportation Master Plan sets out the mode share of 12% by 2031, mode share being the number of trips taken by transit as opposed to other methods of travel, like the car. And the Transportation Master Plan is a foundational document for both road design to support transit through transit signal priority measures, queue jump lanes, bus-only lanes, and other supportive tools that will prioritize transit, which in turn supports our operational efficiencies. We turned also to the Economic Action Plan, which establishes that frequent transit, rapid transit, and interregional connectivity are absolutely vital components to the economic wellness and viability of Hamilton today, tomorrow, and establishes the importance of connecting commercial areas to communities alike to drive the economy, not only in Hamilton, but the regional economy as well, forward. So with all of this research, we have defined a series of expected outcomes, and this should lead to improved transit ridership, better transit infrastructure, improved access to transit for all, which should improve accessibility and mobility for all Hamiltonians, which is clear today based on some of the delegations is something we definitely need to turn our mind to. We will minimize travel time between key trip generators through more direct trips, maximize our service reliability by enhancing the robustness and minimizing the risk of customer trips, expanding operational hours and service areas for more equitable service through all parts of Hamilton, improve the access to rapid transit in all areas of the city, and make a better network to support the LRT, and increase connections to the regional transit network. So what's different in the new redesigned transit network? A quick glance at our existing map and a quick glance at our concept map, the changes are very, very visible. We've moved away from a traditional hub and spoke model and moved to a more hub-focused network and employed a hierarchical route structure. We've answered the call to provide greater service to identified employment areas and major trip generators. We will do so by really leaning into the concept of transit hubs, which will be strategically located throughout the city at major trip generators based on employment, land use, and interregional connections. We'll do so by having terminals and gateways ready to serve. We will improve our infrastructure, and it will be required, capital investment will be required to do so at hubs, end-of-lines, terminal, gateways, and loops. We're introducing the notion of a route hierarchical structure. What a route hierarchy structure does is it gives us an intentional shift away to the frequency of routes based on the route definition. This then will tie into the customer service, so they will be able to anticipate the frequency of its route based on its type. So focusing here on peak service hours, during the peak, rapid transit routes will operate at 10 minutes or less service frequency, while core routes will be 15 minutes aligned with feeder routes. Local routes, 20 minutes, and on-demand will be request-based. What this really will allow us to do is match the service level with the geography of the community. We're also going to recommend a shift in the service standards. As it stands right now, our service standards are a constraint because we focus on them as maximums instead of minimums. So the redesign will see consistent service spanned out 6 days a week, from 5 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the morning. Sundays will operate from 6 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the morning. The big shift in the standards, positioning them as minimums instead of maximums is that it will allow us to flip our perspective and react to different conditions which may exist. We're also going to need to make some street reconfigurations. The Main Street two-way conversion, although we note that it was a bit of an unforeseen event in the planning of the redesigned network, that afforded us many opportunities to do better things. We were much appreciative of that surprise. It was truly very beneficial for us. In order to advance our network, though, we will need to do some more configuration shifts on the streets that are outlined in more detail in your report. One of the key highlights of the redesigned network, of course, is the number of connections between the bus network and the LRT. There are only 3 stops with a single LRT connection. McMaster and Eastgate, at either ends of the LRT line, have the most connectivity, which makes sense as those will function as the major hubs supporting both services. As we know it today, this is the photo. You've seen it before. It's the BLAST network. It's what pops up when you Google Hamilton's Rapid Transit Network. When you take a look at it now, you'll note that there's 5 lines of the BLAST network, and we know now that the B line will be served by the LRT. When you look at the new network, we can't call it the BLAST network anymore. Why? Because there's a new line that's been added to it. So obviously at some point somebody will have to come up with a new name for it, and that will be part and parcel of the consultation that we'll undertake with the community. But most importantly, the original BLAST network, it improves access to rapid transit, as we will see much more clearly in the coming slides. In a side-by-side view, you can see the expansion of the rapid transit network. With the B-Line LRT, there's a planned extension by the bus out to Winona and Stony Creek, and the addition of an E-Line and a reconfiguration of the S-Line. Notably, we also see that the BLAST network, 252,000 persons will now live within 800 meters of rapid transit. But in the new BLAST network, we've increased access with more than 310,000 people now less than a kilometer away to connections to rapid transit. Now, thanks to the internet, the map's big debut today is a wee bit anticlimactic, but when the agenda and reports hit the street, the new map certainly got a lot of quick attention. Let's be very clear. The concept network is an aspirational one that will take us time, resources, and commitment to build out. The new network table just highlights for you briefly the changes in some of the systems. For example, we move up to 44 total routes with no more seasonal routes. We will have 6 rapid routes, and we will add an additional 112 bus stops to the system. We also know through the redesign that there will be significant changes in the hours of service, kilometers traveled, and the number of buses in the fleet, noting in particular the shift in the articulated size buses as we build out our rapid transit networks, which are served by the 60-footers. One of the key metrics that our planners were striving for in the redesign was the mitigation or elimination of transfers as much as possible, because transfer connections offer an opportunity for a customer fail point in their travel journey. So this side-by-side illustration of the previous network and the proposed network really highlights as a visual cue the number of transfers that have been eliminated. What you see in the current network, there's a lot of red on the screen, the red indicating points where transfers need to occur. When you move into the redesigned network, you'll see there's a significantly greater opportunity to travel uninterrupted. Now, I mentioned earlier that Dr. Mohammed is online with us, and I'm now going to share some of his work directly with you. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, then surely 3 minutes worth of video is worth more than that. The time-lapse video you're about to see is going to show you the current network compared to the future network in time-lapse from 5 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the morning. I have 3 videos queued up, Monday through Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And what you'll notice when you start watching the video is red and orange is a greater level of frequency of routes that are available. Yep. It's playing and it's moving through the hours of the day. So this is about noon, pretty much peak service for us through the day, and you can see the amount of the map in the new network that is red and orange indicating exceptional frequency, versus in the current map, you can see it really is concentrated just kind of in one area. So that takes us up. Next, I'll advance over to the Saturday service. Okay, so this is a replication of the new versus post on a Saturday.
Director, I think it showed the weekday again. Just, this is weekday, Monday to Friday.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It was so riveting the first time. Let's try this.
There we go.
There we go. This is Saturday Network. I think one of the most notable is even though the frequencies are lower on a Saturday compared to a Monday through Friday, what you can see is how much more of the map is covered and serviced by transit in the redesigned network. And this is the Sunday analysis of the new network compared to the existing. So now that we've looked at the concept design, I've convinced you all that this is absolutely the right plan to move Hamilton forward and advance our transit system. Where do we go from here? Well, next step is more public consultation. What we want to do is socialize our concept design and make sure that we got it right. We have an opportunity to address anything that we need to and really respond to the wishes of the community one last time before we turn it into an operational plan on how to roll it out. So re-envision led us to redesign, and it's time to go back to our community stakeholders, our councillors, our major employers, our advisory committees, our schools, and hear from them. We need public input to ensure that we've got it right and course correct as required. Public consultation will last for months, and it will be a combination of in-person, online, small group, large group events. We'll be in the community, we'll be at festivals, we'll be hosting pop-up shops, and we're willing to come to councillors' wards and have one-on-one meetings there with your constituents as well. The information that we learn from the consultation will solidify the network concept redesign or highlight things that we need to rethink. Once we're able to react to the public's network, staff will make any modifications necessary before bringing it forward to council for approval. These activities will lead us down the path of the introduction of a new transit growth plan. The existing 10-year local transit strategy has been paused twice, but year 7 was just approved last week in budget. Years 8 through 10 of that plan remain. However, we see the remaining years of that plan being folded into the first years of our new transit growth plan. This makes sense given the number of factors that have changed since the 10-year local transit strategy was originally developed. We also need to make sure and capture in the build-out plan the very real need to protect our existing customer base through LRT construction. It will be years long and require significant detouring for extended periods of time. We've seen the impact that a decrease in reliability has on our ridership, and we want to avoid that. But that will require operating dollars commitment. Transit will also need to conduct a costing exercise, factoring in our staffing requirements, operating costs, and capital investments to make this come to life. There is no doubt that the redesigned network will require support from all 3 levels of government to make it a reality, and we will look forward to finding new levels of government programs for support to make it a reality. In addition to the costing, we'll undertake a timeline creation so that you can see what the phased-in implementation will look like. In the staff report for you today, we set out a series of recommendations that essentially advance a period of public consultation, a review of our existing service standards, a review of the urban transit area as it is misaligned with the urban boundary, and that transit go away and develop a transit growth plan that will be in front of you as part of the 2024 budget process. We will also come back with support from a communication strategy, revenue and ridership forecasts, and recommendations on the service standards and urban transit boundary. On that closes my section of my omnibus presentation that is related to the redesign of the network. So moving on now to the Water Down My Ride on Demand report that you have in front of you. It is a recommendation report. We are recommending, if I may paraphrase, that the hybrid solution in Waterdown of a fixed route operating between Aldershot GO Station up to Waterdown and then an on-demand for community-based in Waterdown remain the permanent model. We're recommending that on-demand be considered a regular tool in our toolkit as we move forward. And in fact, in the concept network, you'll see that we already have identified the areas where we will expand. Ancaster, Stony Creek, and Dundas will be well served in the future by an on-demand. And that we make sure that it is considered a portion of the new network strategy. The key highlights of the pilot are it was 18 months long, originally anticipated to be 1 year, but as with any pilot project, it gives you the opportunity to try things and react to customer feedback. It was a significant change for people in Waterdown and for our staff alike. It was implemented quickly at the height of the COVID pandemic. By extending it, we were able to get a new solution, the hybrid solution I spoke of, and get better results for everyone involved. What we know is on-demand transit has potential use cases in suburban areas where transit use has been or is anticipated to be low. The on-demand pilot clearly demonstrates that on-demand is a viable solution to help you introduce transit service where it might not make quite sense yet to have a fixed route based on density, neighborhood geography, and so on. The interesting thing about on-demand is that it allows you to match different styles of service to the level of community needs, and as needs change and grow, so too you can shift up to higher levels of service. The next report that you have in front of you today is a recommendation report on some policies regarding fare payment at the HSR. The pilot program for the ages 6 to 12 riding for free concludes at the end of April. It has been an 18-month pilot and has been very favorably received by the community. We are recommending making it a permanent fare concession for Hamilton. Next, we're bringing forward a concept program called Fare Assist. We're recommending an opportunity to do some consultation and make a future recommendation back to Public Works in May of this year. What we know is that transit affordability is a historical issue for users, and our existing fare structures do not factor in ability to pay. One of the limitations of an existing monthly bus pass program is that it requires a lump sum monetary commitment at the start of the month. Our intention with Fare Assist was to create a program that it will allow people to pay as you go. So Fare Assist would offer a qualified individual a 30% discount on Presto fares. What is unique about it is it will cover themselves, any partner, or children ages 0 to 17 that are also in the household. It will allow people to load up onto their card precisely what they need based on their unique travel needs without the burden of a monthly pass cash outlay up front. During the Fare Assist pilot, we are also recommending that 2 programs be suspended as they would be replaced in part by the Fare Assist program. Those are the Temporary Transit Fare Special Program and the Affordable Transit Pass Program. What we know from our research is that the Fare Assist program is expected to provide greater opportunity for access than the suspended programs and represents a more equitable product offering. The Affordable Transit Pass for working recipients on Ontario Works and ODSP persons can currently buy a monthly bus pass at 50% off. There are approximately 100 people who are using this pass. The Temporary Transit Fare Special Program, which allows people with personal mobility devices like walkers and canes to pay a fare if they choose to do so, is known as a voluntary pay. This program is operationally problematic and provides greater benefits to persons with visible disabilities over those who may have invisible disabilities. So from this perspective, we believe that the Fare Assist program will help even more Hamiltonians than the existing programs with a more fair approach and consistency embedded into program design. Recognizing that change will be difficult, we want to consult the community and stakeholders alike from the Seniors Advisory Committee, the ACPD, etc., in advance of making any formal programmatic recommendations to this group. Moving into the ATS Eligibility Audit Management Response Report, this is the second installment of actions taken on the Office of the City Auditor's ATS Eligibility Report. What that report highlighted was a number of administrative weaknesses in the way ATS service is delivered, not so much from my perspective on the persons who use it, but rather how the program is administered. And there are many, many recommendations in the Dillon report that will allow us to provide a better caliber of service through records management, through a more robust review and appeals process, and through making sure that things like lates and cancellations are tracked and managed to free up trip availability for those who use it. What we know from hearing our delegates today, there are problems on the DART service. I'm not telling you anything that you do not know. We are not meeting trip demand, which is quite concerning given that we are nowhere near trip demand in COVID times. So there is a shortcoming on the system and trip availability, it is having real impact on the lives of our users. That can't continue. But we need to use a variety of administrative tools to help us identify exactly what the problems are so that we can set forth a path to fix them. A key recommendation on this file was to consider integrated transit, connecting specialized service into conventional accessible service and using a more flexible scheduling approach, like an on-demand or almost like a taxi summons to some extent. Transit did apply for specialized vehicles and accessible supervisor vehicles through the remaining amount of money in Hamilton's ISIP program. That, in fact, was one of the comments made by one of our delegates today. It is a weakness in our service. Our existing HSR supervisor vehicles are not accessible, so we are unable to assist any passenger who may need so. So we are looking to rectify that through the funding application through ISIP, and we look forward on bringing you more information once we know the status of that funding request. Significant work on the specialized transit file continues to exist. The last report before you today, the second last report before you today, is the results of the HSR vibration study. There is no recommendation accompanying this report. It's brought before committee today as a information report. Transit engaged an external firm, Abilitech, to test the impact of whole body vibration and hand-arm vibrations for our bus operators. A statistical analysis was completed on buses from all three manufacturers in the fleet. The test demonstrated that some of the routes resulted in vibration levels above the upper limits according to the ISO standards, where poor road conditions were presented as the key factor in both whole body vibrations and hand-arm vibrations, and only if the operator was driving a continuous straight hours, 8 straight hours or more with no break or opportunity for rest. Under good road conditions, all vehicles tested were within the limits, but poor road conditions were a key factor in performance. Exposure limits become problematic at 8 hours of continuous drive time without breaks. Operator work assignments are scheduled with designated recovery respite time built in, typically 80% drive time with 20% recovery time on an average shift. Also, operators who work split shifts would have less exposure than their peers working straights, and operators electing overtime may inadvertently increase their exposure based on the drive time. Overall, no bus models were clearly inferior in terms of either whole body or hand and arm vibration, and for both of these, some routes performed by all models were within the allowable ISO limits. But we do note that in terms of both whole body and hand-arm vibration, there were several buses that exceeded the standards on less optimal road conditions. However, we again must consider the context. It's the road conditions plus the vehicle type plus 8 hours of continuous driving that are the required combination of multiple factors necessary to step outside of the allowable standards. There are risks associated with any job. And as an employer, it is imperative that we work cooperatively with our employees to educate them, to help them mitigate the risks that they may face in our workplace. The role of a bus operator is both physical and sedentary simultaneously. Outside of the workplace, risk mitigations include maintaining a healthy and active lifestyle outside of the job, and it helps the body respond better to the realities of their workplace. But inside the workplace, we have worked with our Joint Health and Safety Committee to focus our efforts on education and ensuring that staff have access to stretching guides, a renewed focus on operator ergonomics in terms of proper positioning of the air ride seat and telescopic and tilt steering. We have posted vibration information outside of, in the driver's room, and will continue to encourage wellness activities outside of working hours and remind our drivers, as always, to operate safely and drive to conditions. The Transit Division has also collaborated with its peers elsewhere in Public Works to establish a more robust reporting procedure and prioritization for known public areas where road conditions may be less than optimal. The final report before you today is an update on health and safety matters on public transit. Recently, public transit safety has been in the news, due largely to the high number of tragic events at the TTC. Safety on public transit has and will always remain a top priority for HSR to protect the well-being of our customers and our employees alike. Transit should be a safe space in our community, and we rely on a number of tools to help keep our system safe. Our buses are outfitted with automatic vehicle location tools, cameras, and emergency call buttons. We have contracted foot patrols in place at our major terminal. Operator training and education, both through onboarder training and also in the operator refresher training program that we are just rolling out, features non-violent crisis intervention training and a number of ways to de-escalate situations on board. I'll also note that the refresher training we're rolling out includes how to work with persons with disabilities and a refresher on wheelchair securement and proper assistance for our passengers who need appropriate assistance from our operators. We also track customer complaints through our customer service metrics and our onboard customer service rating app. We have a courtesy stop program where an operator will let you off someplace in their discretion if they can do so in safety, if there is a circumstance where you feel unsafe deboarding at a regular stop. And today, we are highlighting the introduction of Speak Up and Speak Out. Arising from a horrible incident of hate on our buses last August, one of the things that came to light in the debriefing is that transit riders often don't know what to do if they bear witness to something on board a vehicle. And a frequent early question is, why didn't the operator do something? The operators are not always able to intervene because they do not always know that something is happening at the back of the bus. They are trained to face forward, scan their mirrors, and drive to conditions. That is their primary function. So if they are approached and become aware, then certainly they can use any of the safety tools that they have at their disposal to get support for the customer. What we wanted to do was create an onboard queue mechanism that can be placed on the vehicles and onboard our stops that let our customers know if they witness or experience hate or harassment on board our vehicles or in our system, it is not welcome, it is unacceptable, and the appropriate reporting agency for matters like that is the Hamilton Police Services. We'd like to thank the Hamilton Police Services for the work they did with our team to bring this program to fruition. This concludes my omnibus presentation today, and I thank you all kindly for your time. As we move through the agenda, the transit leadership team are here to assist with responding to any technical questions on their specific program area, and I thank you again for your time today.
I thank you so much, Director, for that very thorough overview and comprehensive report on a number of discussion items. So, colleagues, we have an extensive speakers list. Just reminding you of my procedure, I will be timing your questions, not the responses. And the speakers list is first up Councillor Danko, followed by Councillor Alex Wilson, then Councillor Maureen Wilson, then Councillor Jackson, then Councillor Wang as our guest today. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair Nan. Really appreciate this presentation today. It's something I've been looking forward to for quite some time. Remembering when I was a student at McMaster in the 90s, just following the cuts, not unfrequently waiting downtown at Gore Park for my transfer for 45 minutes to an hour, and on some occasions going into a bar to pass the time because it was the only option. Looking at what has been before us today, I wanted to focus on the approach that staff took to this. Understanding that we have Dr. Mohammed with us, that this wasn't necessarily consultation and feedback. This was mainly a technical exercise to optimize the network. So I'm not sure if Dr. Mohammed wanted to add anything about the systems modeling, the technical evaluation that was done behind the scenes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Through the chair to
My
the
apologies,
councillors.
my microphone wasn't on. Are you able to turn on your camera as well?
Actually, I'm connecting through another country across the planet, and I don't have access or privilege to
Fair enough. Okay, we
connect
can hear
camera.
you loud and clear. Please proceed.
Okay, perfect. So in terms of the question, first I would like to thank the council for the question. I have just one specific declaration related to the exercise in itself. So the exercise holds an optimization process when it comes into benchmarking the operating parameters of the network. However, the exercise was done with consultation with the general public through a massive survey that was collected in Hamilton, and we did a thorough multivariate statistical analysis looking into the so-called the willingness to pay for various service attributes. So in simple terms, willingness to pay is actually an assessment of how Hamiltonians are willing to pay out-of-pocket money for specific service attributes. So we converted the exercise, the national survey, the survey that we collected in Hamilton into willingness to pay estimates. So the willingness to pay estimates translated to us into guiding principles to guide the optimization process of the network. So when Director Maureen stated the fact about transfer, it's not our own optimization decision. It's derived from the general public, that general public are willing to pay double the price of the HSR fare to avoid to have direct trips with zero transfer. And they are willing to pay also money to reduce the number of transfers from 2 transfers into 1 transfer. So the consultation piece was actually the exercise that we did for collecting primary data across the entire city and conducting the survey with around 23 service attributes and understanding how the public view transit and what are the specific indicators that are significant to the public, their ranking and their weight. And based on this input, we actually optimized the service. So the optimization exercise is not based on a theoretical principle or not based on textbook. It's based on the needs of the Hamiltonians. I hope this add more clarification into the process.
Thank you for that response, Councillor.
It does, thank you, and I really appreciate the correction. Through you to Director Cozen-Heath, perhaps, my understanding is the remodeling that was done without financial constraints. It was done without being constrained by artificial transit boundaries. This is their, as was stated in the presentation, a blank slate approach. So through you, what was presented today be impacted if we were constrained by, for example, the urban transit boundary as it stands now?
Thank you. Over to you, Director. Oh, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Through the chair, Jason Mannerheim, Manager of Transit Planning. Thank you for your question, Councillor. I would say that it's a fair statement to say that we went into this and we took an approach where we were unconstrained, with the exception of the urban transit boundary. You'll note on the map that we did not deviate outside of the urban transit boundary. All other constraints were lifted and we were taking an approach of what is the best transit service for the community. To your question about how that might be impacted, we would still recommend that this is the best transit service for the community. Where policies would fall into that is how does it get taxed or how is it paid for? So we were completely agnostic on that piece. We weren't looking at it from that perspective. We were looking at it for what is the best transit service for the community. Where we have noted recommended changes or for us to come back in 2024 with some recommendations is really the review of the service standards themselves, as we found there were some gaps within them, particularly with respect to equity, and also the urban transit area itself. That particular boundary is out of alignment with the urban boundary, and specific urban areas currently do not get service because of it. And as we move forward and grow as a city, and as the urban boundary is changing to envelop new areas, whether it be Alfredo or the AGD, if that is not reconciled, we will effectively not be able to service those areas based on how that plays into policy as well.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor?
Thank you, and I do note the specific recommendations are to review the urban transit area boundary, and also at some point we as a council have to settle the issue of error rating for transit taxation. To my friends in the amalgamated suburbs, you're going to get transit and you're going to like it. Follow-up question just to what was mentioned on growth management and development. Obviously, we are going through a massive redevelopment in the city of Hamilton. Our urban boundary's been expanded into the new areas, as was just mentioned. But with or without expansion into the new greenfield areas, we're seeing significant infill. And in order to accommodate that infill, we're seeing applications come forward right now that are being approved on the basis of transit being available, the availability of transit. So we're seeing higher densities, we're seeing reductions in parking, we're seeing transit-oriented development on the major corridors, and all that is predicated on the availability of transit in order to facilitate that development. So those development applications that are being approved right now are specifically based on that. And my question through you is, if we're approving the development now, we're tying ourselves to improving the transit plan, because we cannot accommodate the number of vehicles and also the parking spaces that we'd be required without it based on the development that's being approved. So how do we make sure that what is before us and what we're planning on is actually going to be implemented concurrently, so that when a building is built, the transit is there and is available?
Thank you. Director?
Thank you, through the chair. It really speaks to the alignment between staff in the Transit Division, Public Works Department, and our counterparts over in PED, and making sure that we're aligning all of the plans and the approvals along with our transit-oriented development and their timelines, mashing as we build out the implementation timeline for the strategy.
Thank you. Got a minute left, Councillor.
Thank you. And my final question, and we've had some discussions about this internally as well, but just on the public record. So if we are talking about expanding the road network, widening roads or building new roads, I believe that would all be DC funded through growth development, through development charges. So as the expansion of transit is directly related to growth development, how are we going to incorporate what we're planning here to development charges moving forward?
Through the chair, so we do provide inputs into the development charge background study. What then is taken from that is put through the calculations to determine what is I would say aligned to growth versus existing, and what eligible funding can come through DCs. What I will say, though, is development charges pays for infrastructure. It doesn't pay for operating, and it pays for the upfront cost of that infrastructure, not the asset life cycle of that infrastructure. So we have provided the inputs based on this network into the current exercise that's going on in order to support ensuring that we're maximizing the funding we can draw from development charges.
Thank you. And just a wrap-up comment, Chair Nan, I think that highlights some of the complications for us as a municipality that if we were expanding roads, if we were building new roads, the capital cost of that would be DC funded. But because it's operating for transit, large portions of it won't be. And as a municipality, we cannot grow without transit, yet at the same time, it's taxpayers that end up funding it and riders, unlike roads. Thank you.
Thank you. With 10 seconds to spare. Next up, we have Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, just going to keep it really high level because I know we're going to keep doing this all day. But just a question on some of the consultations or on the move towards this from a hub and spoke model to a multi-hub and in a hub connectivity model. Was it confined to the area of Hamilton? I see, for example, we've recognized that the folks in Waterdown, it's unrealistic if they're trying to get to Toronto to expect them to go to Hamilton Go to start their journey. No one's going to do that. They're going to go to Aldershot Go. It's right next door. To what extent was the entire kind of Bay Area kept in as we were designing the system, or was it kept mostly a Hamilton with some Waterdown amendments?
Through the chair, it was really focused on the existing urban transit boundary and service provisions within Hamilton. We looked to connect our system to interregional connectivity where possible and support the GO stations at Aldershot, West Harbour, and Confederation and Hunter Street. So generally, this was an exercise on Hamilton's transit system.
Thank you for that. And I know we have the new GO maps from the province, which have some new lines that didn't exist before. And so this kind of idea of regional transit, it's a really exciting time to be thinking about this. I know as well, RBG conservation authorities, as they're dealing with parking, as they're thinking about things, we're hearing about transit at a conservation authority, which is not something we've talked about a lot besides 50 Point before. And those are conversations that these boards and agencies are having. Could you speak just a little bit about what the engagement from some of those maybe tourism stakeholders, for lack of a better word right now, was in the re-envision the HSR network, and what maybe we haven't heard from them if they weren't if they weren't intentional partners before, what we may hear from them in the future?
Certainly, through the chair. I'll loop back first to your comment, if I may, about regional transportation and some of the things that are happening with Metrolinx. We do participate closely with Metrolinx on some of their plans for future rapid transit networks that would come into Hamilton, et cetera. So we are involved in participating in those discussions as they look at some of their interregional connectivity. In terms of stakeholder engagement under the Re-envision program and the to-be-resurrected Re-envision 2.0 as we go forward on the redesign, our stakeholder outreach does include basically anyone who calls our customer experience and innovation team. We've met with the tourism department at the City of Hamilton and also key locations. We're pleased to do so as we go forward. So if the Royal Botanical Gardens would like a phone call or an email from us, happy to have that dialogue and conversation. We're always looking for new places to inspire increased transit ridership.
Thank you so much through the chair. I want to follow up about the fare subsidy pieces, but I think I'll just do that when we get to that report. So my last kind of big picture question is following along on this idea of getting towards a connected system. Just wondering, no, sorry, I think I'll just wait for the reports if that's all right. Thanks.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor. Next up is Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all of those who put in so much work over the years on this project. I'm still trying to understand a two-part question, I think. Do we know who the rider is now? And do we know who the rider is not now?
My apologies, through the chair. So our voice of customer survey that was done in the early stages of Re-envision gave a significant amount of information to our team. We know, for example, 50% of our riders or more are female. We have a fairly good idea of age, income, and other demographics. And a big part of the surveys through the re-envision exercise was targeted at future customers who, if you're not using transit now, what would it take to inspire you to use transit in the future? So I feel like we do have a good handle on desired customer profiles and current customer profiles.
Thank you, through the chair. So that's, for me, a really convenient pivot to women in transit. Every transit system I've looked at, the majority of riders are women, but maybe you are the exception. The majority of transit systems are not planned for or by women. And I would like you, if you could, speak to the issue of equity. We know that women are more likely than men to complete trip chains, midday or off-peak trips, shorter distance trips. Women's travel compared to men is characterized by more multiple short distance trips with the purpose of serving others. I've often equated it to a piece of dry pasta, which would be a man's trip, to a cooked pasta, which is a woman typically has to stop in the morning. She stops at the daycare, then she stops at the school, then she has to go to work. Then at the break, she has to go to the pharmacy to pick up the medication for her aging parents. Then she gets back to work. Then on the way home, she stops at the school, then the daycare, and then stopping at the park before coming home to make dinner. So I'd just like to know if that life experience is reflected in the plan moving forward. Thank you.
Through the chair. First of all, everything that you just spoke about, the difference in a journey between a person who identifies as male on our system and a person who identifies as female on our system is totally accurate and was borne out through the data. We have had some interesting discussions about equity, diversity, and inclusion through this process as we've prepared the new network. What we know is eliminating transfers or minimizing transfers is something that will serve our identified female travelers better because it will help them accomplish more quickly. Programs like Fare Assist are also very beneficial to low-income earners who are female, who are traveling oftentimes with young children. So by encompassing not only fare support for them as the adult, but also for their children, we make the service more accessible and equitable for our female customers. So those are some of the steps that we've taken to inform improving our service. We know if we make our service safe for our female riders, then de facto we've made it safe for our male customers.
Kind of like how city building goes. Thank you. I have two more questions if I could. This is, I think you began your remarks by saying this has been, it's had to respond to some big off, then on, then off announcements. And there's going to be, you've offered to meet with each ward councillor because we don't want to have to go through the detailed particulars of our ward and we'd be here all night. But that does speak to the complexity of consultation. And I would like to ask, if I could, through Chair Nan, what are the best practice you've taken from consulting with residents and users, and very different users from a very broad geographic expanse? What can we expect moving forward of what you think is going to work? Through the chair.
Through the chair. If I can just loop back and add something Manager Vanderhout would like to say from the equitable service lens, and then I will address your question about consultation.
Thank you.
Through the chair, thanks. And I just wanted to add into your last question. So we mentioned, or I had mentioned previously about the service standards and the differentiation between maximums and minimums and some of the gaps that we've kind of uncovered within those that really in a way put in barriers to equitability. From a span perspective alone, we have areas in the city that aren't serviced at particular times of day, whether it be later in the evening or certain day types. So, you know, that's one area that we've covered off within this design or within the service levels of this design, which really can't be seen on the map itself, but hopefully we're seeing through those time-lapse videos. The other thing is transit has always had a traditional peak or AM/PM peak period, and we really took a lot of intentionality in trying to flatten that. So not as drastic of of a drop in the middle of the day, and in some cases just straight flattening across service right from the start of service until about 9 o'clock at night. So there was some intentionality, and again, you can't really see it on the map, but in addition to the route restructure, the philosophies around levels of service and those service standards were really adapted to take those into consideration.
Thank you.
So now on to your other question about consultation best practices. Through Re-envision last time, we used a broad variety of engagement tools, and we're going to carry those forward into the next round. So what we know is effective is a combination of both online and in-person events. We know that large events draw a certain audience and that smaller, more intimate events draw different audiences as well. It's important to have an online survey that can be done by people who are willing to spend the time investing in answering a 10-question survey, but we also need to marry that with our CSAT, which is a quick, poke at your smartphone as you get off the bus, so that we have a method to capture feedback from riders of all kinds and non-riders alike. So we'll use the Engage Hamilton website, and we'll have a link to all those tools, and we'll be doing a series of events in the coming months to and including appearing at various festivals and pop-up workshops as we go through the summer. So everything we learned in Re-envision, there isn't a method we engaged back then that we've abandoned. We're going to carry them all forward to help us get the most consultation out that we possibly can from the community on this project.
Excellent. Thank you. I do have one final question, and I have raised it before. I'm going to continue to raise it, Director. You started the presentation off by hopefully all of us will be able to say, this is why I take the bus. And so often the bus is romanticized, as is train in the movies, where the person sitting in the coach is wistfully looking out the window, and that's one of the advantages of taking. You don't have to drive. You can actually get to know your city, but that's hard to do when you have a commercial wrap in front of the window. And you responded the last time I raised this that you would consider including it as a way in which perhaps to address that concern from riders. And so I would respectfully move that that be part of the consultation, that we consult on whether it's in the best interest of safety and of riders and of trying to enhance the advantage of riding, that we do not permit wraps over windows. Would you, I'd like the consideration of this committee at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Perfect. We'll bring it up at the appropriate report discussion item. Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Chair Nan, and very much appreciative, Director Cozen Heath, of this excellent presentation. Chair Nan, I'm just going to say for what it's worth, I chatted with you beforehand. A couple of months ago during the budget we began this year, I asked for Transit Day, and I was basically told, Councillor, we're not going to do Transit Days anymore, but that's okay. This is a very invaluable, wonderful day. Very much beneficial to me. I think I'm not alone, and I'm hoping, Chair Nan, that going into 24, this could be in advance of either the budget or early on in the budget deliberations. I would be grateful. I hope I'm not alone. Okay, just a series of some questions. I as well, Director Cozen Heath, I'm going to take advantage of your offer to meet with your staff to go over East Mountain connectivity, route changes, additional bus pads and shelters. So I will take advantage of that and take your direction, Chair Nan, not to unnecessarily hold up today's meeting. A few quick questions. I've asked the last three directors, going back to Dixon and Delvedove, and more or less yourself now, Maureen, how do we get more suits riding public transit? What I hear mostly is making sure it's affordable and accessible, which is incredibly important, absolutely, to the general ridership that probably on a regular basis uses public transit. I don't know if any study or if any measurement has been done about getting more suits to leave the expensive cars at home onto public transit. Any comments for you, Chair Nan, please?
And that's inclusive of pantsuits and not.
Whatever way. I think everyone got the gist of what I was suggesting.
Go ahead.
Through you, Chair. Fast, frequent, and reliable. I'll go back to that sort of as my calling card. When you travel to other transit agencies elsewhere in Canada or even abroad, a robust public transit system is one in which people of all different income brackets and demographics actively use the system. If you travel in New York City on their subway, occasionally you will be sitting beside people in tuxedos and ball gowns on their way to the opera. That's the hallmark of a transit system where people actively choose not to travel by car. That is aspirational for many Canadian cities, and I don't think Hamilton is an exception, but I do firmly believe that the answer is somewhere in fast, frequent, and reliable.
Okay, excellent, Director, and it sounds like that's really on your radar, which is great. Bus stops as public spaces, on your slide 12. Again, forgive me for being pedantic. I love that word, Chair Nan. Look it up on Google. Anyways, forgive me for being pedantic. But again, when we mention bus stops, Director Cozen-Heath, you know, you've heard me for a couple of years now. Shelters, cleanliness of the shelters, and bus pads. Can I presume when you say bus stops as public spaces, that's all envisioned within that through you, Chair Nan?
Through the chair, yes, it is. When I talk about stops, I don't just mean those that are marked with a bus stop sign. I mean the global concept of a bus stop, regardless of what level of amenities it might have.
Okay, very good. Because safe spaces within those bus pads and shelters, I think, is paramount, and the studies have shown that. Slide 24, road hierarchy that you're looking for in the change of your redesigned, re-envisioning, Director. Rapid roads 10 minutes peak, core roads 15, feeder roads 15, local roads 20, on demand as requested. So I didn't see any comparison as to now. Are these, I presume these are desired improvements, or have you got it at your fingertips now? If you don't, I can get it from you later. Do you have it at your fingertips now what these 5 categories currently show? Through you, Chair Nan, please.
Through the chair, I don't have those at my fingertips, but I will defer to Manager Vanderhyde for a robust answer on the pre and post.
Terrific. Manager Vanderhyde?
Through the chair, I'll answer this by saying we don't have a hierarchical structure right now.
Okay.
We essentially have 98% of our routes that try to do multiple things and don't recognize that different routes are meant to do different things. They have different functionality and should have different expectations. The outliers to that are we have 2 express routes in service right now. And so I would say that's the only differentiation right now is we have the 2 express routes and all others are trying to do many things.
Okay. Quickly, Chair Nan, slide 39. So your recommendation and your recommendation reports, Director, I'm reading here basically continued public consultation. You'd like to report back after September 30th. So everything I see in your recommendations, is there anything that would affect upwards or downwards the 2023 budget that was just approved last week? Any levy impact based on your recommendations here? Through you, Chair Nan, please.
Through the chair, there is no levy impact for 2023. We're grateful for the support in the year 7 investment.
Okay, very good. And I see you want to continue the 6 to 12 each program. Slide 48 quickly. The Fare Assist program you want to introduce, Director. You say you'll provide greater access than the suspended programs. I was part of Council's Pass that brought in, proudly, the Affordable Transit Pass. Can you just give me a synopsis of how it's going to be better? Through you, Chair Nan.
Certainly, and I may defer to Nancy Purser, Manager of Support Services, as required to supplement my answer if I miss any of the key markers. The Fare Assist program is designed to provide support in the form of a 30% subsidy on the Presto ticket price for low-income individuals. It will also cover their partner and children in the household ages 0 to 17. The programs that we are recommending be replaced during a 2-year pilot program are programs that help sort of specific groups of individuals. So the first I'll touch about is the Affordable Transit Pass, and that is qualifying recipients receiving ODSP or OW who are working get their bus pass for 50% off. There are only about 100 people who are able to access that program. So we do believe that the Fare Assist program will cover those individuals.
Well, we definitely want more individuals covered. Sorry to interrupt.
Right. Then the other program is the those who use personal mobility devices like walkers and canes on board conventional transit only are allowed to decide whether they wish to pay fare or not. It's known as a voluntary pay. So in addition to causing some operational challenges for the operators, it creates inequities because it favors persons with visible disabilities over invisible disabilities. And so by moving to Fare Assist, which is income-based, we're not making judgment calls on people's ability to pay and provides a greater opportunity for access to more Hamiltonians to qualify.
Director, I like where you're going with that. If you can capture more potential users for the system, that's awesome. Quickly, last couple, just to reaffirm your ATS eligibility audit. I'm basically reading you no recommendations, but it's a work in progress. Someday in the future, the subs darts continue, but someday in the future, you'll come back with more. Through you, Chair Nan, please.
Through the chair, that is correct. The work on the ATS file remains ongoing. We appreciate the comments that we heard here today and the dialogues that we've had with some of our users of the system who have emailed us and emailed you, of course, as councillors. We acknowledge that they need a new system that is better than what we currently have right now. It's going to take some time to build, but we're going to do it.
Last question, Chair Nan, how am I doing? Oh, good. Thank you. Last question, promise. The vibration study. I'm curious, Director Cozen Heath. I've got some drivers, of course, as constituents in my ward. They tell me that some of the buses, the vibration on the big steering wheel, of course, I guess we've got still 5 different buses in our fleet, Novas that are CNGs, hybrid, electrical, diesel, articulated. If I'm reading your 2 pages, it's basically good roads. Well, if there's good roads, there should be, forgive me if that's a misinterpretation, but I basically read good roads should solve the problem. But I've heard through some drivers as constituents of mine, Director, that there may be some issues with some of the, especially the Novas that were purchased. Any further comment? And that's my last question, Chair Nan.
Through the chair. I think it would be a mistake to try to put this on one particular make or model of a vehicle. I think that really is quite limiting. What we know from the study is that the road conditions are kind of the primary condition in its first instance. And then what we also know is the actual physical work environment of the operator plays a huge role. So they need to set their seat up ergonomically, their steering wheel up ergonomically, and also the reality is when you think about holding a steering wheel, even in your own vehicle, you are not required to hold a steering wheel for 8 continuous hours without any break. Where we see vehicles go outside of the scope of the ISO limits is with 8 hours or more of continuous driving time. And that is not a working condition that our operators are exposed to.
Director, thank you for the sincerity of your answers on that last one. I'm sure you and the head of the ATU union will have some excellent dialogue on that going forward. Director, I thank you enough for answering all my questions. Thank you, Chair Nan.
Next up, we have Councillor Pauls, followed by Councillor McMeekin, and then Councillor Wang.
Okay, thank you through the chair. Councillor Jackson asked most of my question, but I'll repeat one of them and maybe to be clear. Director, in your opinion, you mentioned travel time, frequency, reliable, and safety, and then there's the affordability. Where does affordability stand if I say 5 things that we need to change? Where is the affordability? Is it number 1 or number 5?
Through the chair. That's a difficult opinion question to answer because it's so personal. The matter of fare affordability isn't something that I could globally respond to. I would say fast, frequent, reliable service is more important. Some of the research that Dr. Mohammed did illustrated that, as in his own words, people would be willing to pay twice as much for your bus fare if they knew that it was fast, frequent, and reliable. So the concept of what a fare costs is different than what is an affordable fare. And we recognize that, especially post-COVID, with the current economic climate, what's affordable to me as a user may be very different than what is viewed as affordable to other people in different economic positions. So I wouldn't really be able to answer that. I would say fare affordability is really important. But again, if your service isn't where it needs to be, it doesn't matter what it costs, no one's going to use it.
Right. So right at the beginning of your presentation, you named those three, and you didn't mention the other one till later on, and that's why I asked the question. Through the chair, when you also said the vibration problem is the road condition. So we know we have to fix the roads, number one, right? But you also said it's the vehicle types. Can you tell me, just name me the different vehicles that we have?
Through the chair. So we have 3 different original equipment manufacturers in our fleet. We have Nova buses and New Flyers. Pardon me, we have 2. We have Nova buses and New Flyers. And then we have models within the original equipment manufacturers. We have the Vicinity bus and an articulated bus, which is 60 foot long. It's an Excelsior. And I missed and a 40-foot long New Flyer bus and a 40-foot long Nova bus. And if I can look to my manager of fleet, did I miss any makes or models?
Through the chair, this is just a record. It was the Vicinity is made by Grand West. So.
Thank you for that. And through the chair, so do you take a survey with the bus driver, which bus is suitable for them, which is less vibration? Or because you did say the problem is the vehicle type, right? And then you also said 8 hours. Do bus driver take a break can you tell me what kind of breaks they have during the day?
Through Councillor Nan, I'll first speak to the operator work assignment. Excuse me. We schedule our work assignments. A number of pieces of work every day are split shifts, and then there's a number of straight shifts. Typically, our straight shifts are set at about 80% driving time and 20% what we would call recovery time, break time, where operators are afforded time at the end of the line to use the washroom, to have something to eat, to take a break, to make up time if they're running behind schedule. That doesn't factor in sort of natural time. For example, if they're at a red light, you take your hands off the steering wheel, just like we kind of all do naturally as drivers. So the work assignments, we do not have any work assignments where a driver would be required to drive for a consistent 8 hours straight with no breaks.
Thank you, Councillor. And just a reminder, if you want to get into the nitty-gritties of the reports, to do so in the reports versus the overarching presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, and I might ask other questions then. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor McMeekin and then Councillor Huang.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And Director, I just want to express my appreciation as well. We all have new things to learn, and that's what life is all about. In that regard, I'm learning a lot from my 16-month-old grandson, Milo. He assures me that Old MacDonald has a farm and that the wheels on the bus go round and round. And we all need a reminder of that every once in a while. E-I-E-I-O, right? It's his other expression. So why do I share that? I mean, it not only is it fun to do, but I really do think that the difference between adversity and adventure is attitude. I hope we do get transit, and I do hope we like it. And you can bet your bottom dollar if we don't, you'll know all about it, right? I tell you what I like, and then I've got a couple of questions, if I can. I like the fact that you understand we need a timeline on this. We're not going to get from A to Z overnight. I really like the idea that transit boundaries aren't as going to be as significant in the future as they have been in the past, particularly in the Waterdown area, which is very connected with the Aldershot GO Transit. I like the idea that the hybrid model is cost neutral. I like the idea of smaller buses. Nothing irritates me more than seeing a big bus whipping through Waterdown with nobody on it, right? Yeah. I like the idea of the smaller vehicles. And I like the idea that you're agreeable to some ongoing consultation. I think it's pivotal. I've been here 5 months. I really haven't had a chance to sit down and chat with you or you with me. I spent much of the early morning before we met this morning talking to several constituents who use transit in my area just to get their read. The take from Waterdown is they like the hybrid model. It is, and they like it because they believe, at least 3 of the 4 I spoke to believe, I wasn't sure what the other one was saying, but 3 of the 4 people I spoke to said it would be a good indicator of the extent to which growth in a community like Waterdown can be a good harbinger of what we need to plan. So let me just ask you on consultation, what would your plans be to consult with those in, well, Flamborough is the F word, fun, fabulous, friendly Flamborough.
2 minutes left. Over to you, Director.
Through the chair. I think that would speak to us likely coming to Flamborough and doing a community-focused event, particularly for some of our smaller designated areas. That's going to be the best approach, is just get out there directly with the ward constituents and learn what they're looking for and what they're hoping to achieve.
So you're open to that, and so am I. So we'll get on with it. That's all I want to say right now, Madam Chair. I'm pleased the reports come in. I want to be somewhere between so open-minded my brains are falling out and so narrow-minded my ears are touching. So we'll see how that works out. Thanks.
So many rich reference points this afternoon. Joining us today in Public Works Committee, non-committee member, Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you. I'm not sure how to follow up on that one. Thank you, Councillor McMicken. Thank you to Director Cousin-Heath about this. I believe many of my colleagues have already asked a lot of those quantitative questions. I think I want to ask a little bit more about your qualitative, especially when it comes to, I see on slide 8, it says, explore the, re-envision the HSR had 2 key elements, explore the voice of customer on perceived and desired quality of service. So my question to you is, what were some of the qualitative measures that customers had actually brought up that were built into the re-envision of this report?
Through the chair, is Dr. Mohammed still available on the call that he could speak to some of the qualitative analysis that was undertaking?
Yes, I'm available.
So to you, Dr. Mohammed, through you, Chair, perhaps those questions are, what were some of the qualitative measures that you had embarked on while you were doing this work?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. So basically the survey, the online survey that we have developed and distributed includes 2 components. One set of like 8 components, but 2 specific measures. One related to quantitative measures and the other piece related to qualitative measures. So we have asked a couple of open-ended questions to the customers about how they see different service improvements to the existing HSR network. So this was an open-ended question. Participants can actually write their comments and suggest a service improvement. We took, it was around 2,600, above 2,600 comments that we have analyzed using 2 different methods, one using purely machine learning text mining algorithm with no human interference whatsoever with the data, and the other one using a grounded theory approach. So what we have found from the qualitative measures, actually the same replica of what we have extracted from quantitative measures with reference to context. So people riding in upper city have a specific recommendation to the upper city. We call them context-sensitive recommendations. And people riding in the lower city or downtown, they have specific recommendations for the downtown. But the two key elements that came across were actually the number of transfer, having direct trips, not requiring multiple transfers. As Director Maureen referred to, this is a potential point of failure to complete your trip. And the second one was actually a reliability of the service, the bus arriving on time, not before schedule or not long after the scheduled trips. The third one was actually the interior of the bus and the comfort of the ride in itself. So these are the elements that actually mirrored across quantitative and qualitative measures. And the team at McMaster that analyzed the qualitative data was actually a different team, a different research assistant from people analyzing the quantitative data. We try to minimize any personal interference with the data to make sure that whatever finding we drive out of the data are actually driven from the data, not driven from our personal opinion, or we don't impose our feeling on the data. And we were extremely pleased to see this match between qualitative and quantitative findings.
Thank you. As follow-up then through you, Chair, to Dr. Mohammed, you did say that there was a computer-driven sort of model where there was far removed from human sort of interaction, and then there was a human interaction model. My question is, when it comes to safety at stops, accessibility at bus stops, lighting within bus stops, bus areas, and I think this is along the same lines as what Councillor Wilson was talking about earlier. Were those taken into consideration at all in terms of like the user experience on onboarding and offloading from bus stops?
Through the chair, yes, these elements, safety and security elements, were taken into consideration through the quantitative analysis as well as through the qualitative analysis. And indeed, the safety element came out in the qualitative analysis. The beauty about the qualitative analysis is that we don't impose rank or weight into the extracted measures. We call it the emergent theory. So these items should be considered without having a specific weight or hierarchy or order. So when we did the modeling for the qualitative data, safety and security came as points of improvement. And the specific recommendations from the public varies based on context. So some, again, like in specific streets, they have higher sense of safety, and in different parts of the city, they have relatively lower sense of safety. So as a finding in this analysis or in this exercise, we focus on safety should be addressed. And how to be addressed, we rely on the quantitative measures. We had, I think, if my memory serves me, we have 5 different measures for safety and 4 measures for security. And we consulted from current and potential users how they perceive and how they desire them. So these are included in the detailed report.
Thank you. I think I would be very interested in seeing some of that qualitative data, especially when we see what users were saying from the mountain and users that were saying in the urban areas. I would like to just see what were if there's alignment or disconnects, because I think that when we speak about the transit trip, it's not about lower Hamilton just going left to right, east to west, it's also north and south. And so I would like to understand what that user experience is coming up and down the mountain. And I hope that I could just like leave that as a bug in the ear for Director Cousin-Heath's team and just see what that potentially looks like. Okay. My next question is safety on transit. Unfortunately, in the last couple of weeks, we have heard some terrifying news out of the TTC, mind you that it was from the Keele station and it's outside of transit, but it is something that when I heard those stories, it immediately started to put into question how our ridership would be able to weather some sort of catastrophe like that. So I wanted to ask, perhaps it's Dr. Mohammed or maybe it's to Director Cousin-Heath, how was safety determined in this re-envision, and what were some of the steps that we can potentially take learnings from, say, some of the most recent events happening? So
Thank you, Councillor. To the Director.
So through the chair. So first of all, the recent events at TTC have been absolutely horrific and really rocked the transit community at large. The unfortunate part is it's not as isolated as it used to be. Incidents of violence either directed towards transit staff or now towards fellow customers on the network really shakes us all to the core in terms of what we can do to improve our system security. So when we look at our existing network and we will look towards the future, there's a couple of things that I would say off the top of my head. When I look at a system our size, we are really hesitant to behave like I would describe a TTC as a large system. And when you're in a mid-sized municipality, oftentimes you don't want to think about what the large systems do and why this large systems have to do what they do. So when I think about moving into that realm, I'm thinking about transit having fare enforcement and special constables like they do in the TTC to help address with some different safety issues at terminal points, at bus stops, vandalism, etc. So that is not something that we currently have in place. I think as I look down the road and I think about our system growing and growing and growing, and with the eventual operation of an LRT system, transit security will need to be presented in a different form than it currently is. So those are some of the things that we have begun to have discussions about at our transit leadership team, and certainly with matters of workplace violence, we take those really seriously. I know we need to do a better job with some of the protocols that we have in place. We've had great discussions with the union executive on that. It's an area of continuous improvement. You just have to keep moving along and improving safety overall for customers and for employees alike.
Thank you. Councillor?
So thank you. So perhaps, Chair Nan, that we may need to start getting ahead of a lot of these challenges and perhaps having some sort of preparedness document that is ready to go, because it is scary for parents to want to put their children on public transit, given what we have been hearing from our neighbors in Toronto. My last question, and it's a bit of a selfish one, is that when I look at the LRT route, I do see that Queenston has only one bus stop that is going there. So I wonder, what is the viability of expansion of these hubs? I know that the hubs have already been predetermined as primary hubs, and then there will be also secondary hubs. But I like to understand, because we know that Queenston will have housing. It will be as a major transit hub. Is there an opportunity to potentially see more connectivity coming out of, like, the Queenston LRT stop? Through you, Chair.
Thank you.
Through the chair, and this is why public consultation and consultation with councillors and other stakeholders is important, so that we can get that kind of feedback and consideration. I can tell you to date, that particular LRT station, the singular route that is connecting to it is a parallel route. So it's providing local service running beside the LRT in the portion up until the Delta, or up until Ottawa Street, actually, where it kind of crisscrosses and goes somewhere else. We didn't look at perpendicular route connectivity because Strathern to the north, dead ends north of Barton, and to the south, the route, or sorry, the neighborhood is really not one in which we would operate transit on a normal basis, or we wouldn't look at it in that consideration. So we actually, the piece that would make most sense would be coming up from Rosedale Arena, and what we've done is we've brought the service over along King and then down to the Parkdale station rather than Queenston, but certainly that's what consultation is there for, because we have done our best recommendation, but we can't cover off everything.
So to cap off, I think that for me, Chair Nan, I think accessibility, safety is going to be significant, especially as we roll this out to the public and for public consultation. I'd like to also think about it from a woman perspective because of bus shelters and bus stops, especially when we've been recently living through several winter ice storms. So those are some of my core concerns when I look at this concept and design, that there's significant work to be done for public consultation. So those are all my questions, Chair Nan.
Thank you, Councillor, and thanks for joining us this afternoon. Final speaker on the speakers list is Councillor Kassar.
Thank you, Chair Nan. I'll be brief. Just one comment and one question to build on what Councillor Wang was saying there. So just as a transit user and a map enthusiast, was very excited for today and to see this. I primarily use transit to get from here home, and right now it's 2 kilometers is my last mile. So I see on the map now it would be just a few hundred meters. So great job on just incorporating new neighborhoods, and I've actually had some fun envisioning using transit for other trips around the city, and I can see that that would definitely be possible and easy to do. So my question, not related to that, but to build on what Councillor Wang was saying just around feedback, there's been a lot of thought in here, clearly, very well thought out and detailed network. When we're talking about getting feedback and consultation with the public, to manage expectations, what can or could change. There's an example there about considering the Queenston stop. So I'm just curious about the kind of things and the sort of feedback that could be incorporated to change the very thoughtful plan that is here today. Thank you, Chair Nan.
Go ahead, Director.
Through the chair. So the public feedback opportunities will allow people to go into the map and make direct comments about their trip planning. Once that is up and functional on the website, we'll also have qualitative analysis. I think when we've come out with our concept map and we think we have it right, we of course acknowledge that maybe we're not 100% right. And we're going into the period of consultation with a willingness to look at whatever the public comes back and says, we think you missed the mark here. It is not set in stone. Obviously, there are some constraints with the road network and the geography that really can't be changed, but we are open to broad feedback from the community.
Thank you. Over to you, Councillor.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. That's all.
Okay. So that exhausts our speakers list. Clerk, did I get a mover and seconder to? Okay. Thank you. Could I get a mover and seconder to receive the presentation? Thank you, Councillor A. Wilson, and seconded by Councillor Pauls. And thank you all for your questions and for the responses to the presentation. It should be loading soon for electronic vote to receive the presentation. And as that vote is getting calculated, just a reminder, we are going into consent items, then discussion items, and we also have motions, and it's 4 o'clock. So I just want to help support us all getting through this robust day. Councillor Francis is no longer here. He had indicated earlier at 3:30 he would need to leave. So that carries. Thank you. Moving on to consent items. First up is 9.1 HSR Public Safety Update. Any questions? Sorry, first of all, I should get a mover and seconder before we open up discussion. Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Kassar. Thank you both. Any questions on this item? Seeing none, it's before everybody for a receipt. Okay. Councillor McMeekin, is that in favor? Thank you.
Councillor Spadafora, Cratch, and Kassar. I had to close the vote. I thought Councillor McMeekin wanted to speak.
Councillor Cassar, are we in? We good? Councillor Spatafora? Can't see you, so please indicate online if you can. Thank you. And that carries. Moving on to next consent item, HSR vibrational study, moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. Any discussion, any further questions on the vibrational study? Okay, we have Councillor Crutch.
Thanks very much, and through the chair. There was a list of, I guess, series of steps for operator education on page 4 of this report. And I wanted to ask pointedly about the difference between the operator's responsibility to ensure their workplace is safe, or that their workplace doesn't do damage to their body, versus our obligation to ensure that their workplace doesn't do damage to their body. Because a bunch of these are things like general reminders through postings and newsletters that overall health and wellness and physical activity outside of working hours positively impacts comfort at work. Like, I don't doubt that, that's true, but the first 3 of these things are all talking about things operators should be doing. How can we, like, what's the balance here? Like, I'm worried about the messaging that sends, frankly.
Okay, over to you, Director.
Through the chair. Thank you. That's a great question. The reason why it's called the Joint Occupational Health and Safety Act is that both the employer and the employee have responsibilities. And so we have, first and foremost, responsibilities to keep our employees safe at work, and our employees have obligations to work and receive work in direction in keeping with health and safety. So it really does need to be kind of a 2-prong approach. The vehicles that we provide are used in transit agencies across North America. We don't have any equipment in our fleet that is not something that transit workers are exposed to elsewhere. They are manufactured to certain standards and maintained to certain standards, and through the Ministry of Transportation and a variety of other safety protocols. Next comes the responsibility of our new operator training. When we bring somebody on board, we need to teach them how to stay safe at work, how to properly and ergonomically adjust their seats, use their steering wheel, refer to their health and safety training operator handbook to make sure that they know how to do the work safely. And then it does shift to the employee's responsibility. They have obligations to make sure that they're doing things to keep themselves safe at work. So in the particular case of exposure to vibrations, operators are expected to get up and walk out of their seat when they have an opportunity to take a break, to move their body position, to follow recommended stretching guidelines, to follow the ergonomic positioning of their seat, and proper job tools that they have available to them. So it really is a mutual and shared responsibility, and that's our messaging for the staff.
Councillor?
Thanks, I appreciate the clarification. I think primarily the thing that flagged this for me was our ask about them doing things outside of working hours, which I don't think are their responsibility as part of the JHSC, but like, we're just trying to remind them, I guess, that like, I'm just worried about the messaging. That's all that we're saying to staff, that they ought to take care of their workplace outside of workplace hours. That's all I'm flagging there. Secondly, do we provide adequate, in your opinion, based on the current model, not our perhaps expanded model or what we're planning to do in the future, adequate recovery periods for people to do things like take a break, go to the washroom, and also have time for stretching and those kinds of things? I simply don't know the answer and thought I would ask.
Certainly. Through the chair, I would say that the recovery time that we have built into our work assignments is quite suitable. It is certainly better than what other transit agencies may experience. It's not to say that it's too good. It's to say that it is adequate for them. It's built, work assignments are built usually with about a 20% recovery time. In some circumstances, work assignments have recovery time that exceeds what an office worker would receive as part of the ESA. I acknowledge it is a physical job and they are exposed to different working conditions than somebody who works in the office. And, driving all day long, it requires unique and different body positioning than other other types of jobs, and it does expose them to vibrations of the steering wheel. And that's why it's really important that we talk about sort of wraparound protocols of how they can best protect themselves and the wear and tear on their body. And while I acknowledge we're not saying that they have to do certain things outside of working hours, lifestyle choices outside of working hours for all of us, regardless of what our job is, really does have an impact on our life at work as well. It's a symbiotic relationship.
Okay, thanks so much for answering the questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you. If I could turn the chair over to you, Vice Chair Pauls, and through you, just wanted to ask a question as it relates to the findings of this report and the discussion about road conditions. And so through you, my question would be to Director Field and or other staff as it relates to how this data is being integrated into either the work that we're doing around asset management and or our road assessments overall, and then prioritizing our investment for either repair or reconstruction, if I could through you.
Through the chair to the councillor. I'll start, and then maybe I will seek help from Director Kennedy on this and Director Cozen-Heath. Engineering services audits the roads. Everyone's probably familiar with the road condition indexing that we have. That is built on, or sometimes called OCIs. Those are built on looking at surface conditions, but also ride roughness. So we have data on every street in the roadway that is where that is collected. We've begun conversations with Director Cozen-Heath post receipt of this report to look at ways. I think she made reference to striking a committee or working group to look at this issue, along with partners in health and safety and transportation and engineering services, to look how we can leverage this information. As far as prioritization of projects, maybe I'll let Jackie speak to that piece on how this could be considered in prioritization of capital reconstruction.
Thank you.
Hi, Director of Engineering Services, Jackie Kennedy. Thanks, Mike. So we are looking at how to prioritize where we look at road reconstruction and work. And one of the layers that we can add into that is for bus routes, for transit routes, and how that factors in. It would seem to me that I don't have all of the matrices in front of me with how we do that, but putting the fact that it's a bus route on the prioritization seems to me something that would be included. And so we would look at how that would impact the one of the factors of how important that road is and when it would get some work done on it.
Thank you.
Does that answer the question?
It does, yeah. So that was kind of my query, was whether or not this is a layer in our current assessment and or if it's going to be one that's added on. It sounds like it's one that's going to be added on, as whether this work group gets struck between interdivisional and discussion about these pieces, but then we will see that as committee, I suspect, in a revised list of those roads that are prioritized for reconstruction. Do you?
Yes, that is. Thank you, through the chair, or to the chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Thank you both. And thank you to Director Cozen-Heath for integrating that piece around having a work group that is intersectional in these ways, as it makes sense that we are taking care of all the aspects that are within our wheelhouse as a municipality to address this issue as it relates to a health and safety issue for operators. I'll take back the chair. There's no further. Oh, yes, there is. Over to you, Vice Chair.
Okay, great. I just the vibration part. We know the roads are the problem. That's the main problem. But you also said vehicle type and the 8 hours. I'm just wondering about vehicle type. Is there one bus that's worse, like the Nova? And are we buying those buses?
Through the chair. Actually, what the study did determine is that the vicinity buses are the best. When you talk about what's the worst, there is a clear the best, and that is the vicinities. They're the smaller buses. With the vehicles that did not perform as well, there was not one specific. There were two types that did perform outside of the preferred levels. Again, if all of the other conditions were present, i.e. poor road conditions and driving in excess of 8 continuous hours.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that exhausts, no, second time, Councillor Crouch.
Sorry, I had a third question written down, didn't scroll down the page, apologies. The question was about riders and vibrations. And so I wondered, to the extent that you considered that, when I was reading the report, I didn't touch on that. I don't think that was the purpose of the report. And I know that there's all kinds of different things you can do to support workers who are, operating buses. There's a discussion about those kinds of things because they're normalized experiences. But in terms of riders, how does that play out in thinking about vibrations?
Through the chair, this study was respected to bus operators. It did not factor in the customer experience.
And just for my information, was there ever a report done on customer experiences with respect to vibrations, or is that something you're thinking about doing in the future?
Not to my knowledge, the study hasn't been done, and it really wasn't something that was on our radar in the future, just based on the length of average transit trip would not be near the area where standards could be exceeded.
I'd suggest, just as a comment, when there's that consultation happening with folks with disabilities, to round up and back and have this conversation about vibration impacts. I've heard from some folks, and they would just strongly disagree with that. So I think it's important to ask them what their experiences are, talk to them about that, because I think everyone's experiencing riding the bus in a different way. And I think we have to acknowledge that and make space for understanding the impacts to riders, regardless of whether or not we might perceive that the time they spend on the bus is short, so they're not impacted by those vibrations. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have exhausted our speakers list. It's been moved and seconded. Please receive the consent item through a vote. Councillor McMeekin's in the affirmative. Thank you. That carries now on to 9.3, the ATS eligibility audit management response report. Could I get a mover and seconder for this one? Moved by Councillor Danko, second by Councillor Kassar. Any discussion? Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks. Thanks, Madam Chair. We had several presentations today expressing some concerns about DARTs, and I listened carefully, both today and when at least two of the three speakers spoke to me privately about some of their concerns. And the idea of having, the idea of taking a deep dive on DARTs, specifically around service, alternate approaches. Mr. Nolan was mentioning his taxi script experience. I would flag for information that I had a conversation with the city auditor not that long ago, and he raised with me his recommendation several years ago to transition to a taxi script program. Whether it's time to do that or not, or whether that would be justified if we went down that path or not, I'd be tempted to do a notice of motion, but obviously it just kind of collapses on you all at once, so I don't think that would be appropriate. I know that Councillor Gretsch has said very helpfully, I thought, that we could gather whoever was interested in taking part in a deeper dive discussion about some alternatives. I think it's time to look at it seriously, because the additional piece of information that was shared with me by the auditor was it potentially could save us up to $6-7 million a year by going to a different system. So I think it's incumbent on us to look seriously at that. So I want to say that, and if if there's a motion, I don't know what it would be like, but I'll give advance notice to serving a notice of motion at a subsequent meeting to do the deep dive.
Okay, no further speakers on this item, so we'll move to receive it. That carries. Moving on to our discussion items. First up is Report 11.9, Re-envision the HSR, the redesign of HSR network, Public Works Report number 23021. May I please have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Moved by Councillor A. Wilson, seconded by Councillor Cassar. So we do have a speakers list. First up is Councillor A. Wilson. And then also just a reminder, Councillor Maureen Wilson, you wanted to move an addition. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, just really, really excited as someone who takes the bus regularly and lives in Ward 13. Just off the bat, I think two things that are just really, really strong, and then some questions is really excited that we're using Coots Drive for more than just cars. That's really, really exciting and will make a big difference in people's actual willingness to get on the bus if you can take the direct route versus kind of the milk runner. So that's really, really exciting, and I think speaks to some of these other citywide transitions we're seeing. We're doing things that make sense. We're building a network from scratch, and we're including rapid transit. Similar to what Councillor McMeekin was saying, the number of times we have the big articulated buses running on the current Dundas routes, and folks say, well, they're empty. Why are you sending the big buses? Because folks don't understand that big bus is doing a lot of the rest of the city after it starts in town. And we only have one stop in town that is 15-minute service right now. So people only wait out for the bus at that one stop. They don't wait at the 30-minute stop frequencies. And so as a result, you have people onboarding, but not where people see the bus. So I think it does address some of the biggest problems that I see as an everyday HSR user and that other folks are using a lot in town. And so big kudos to that. And I think this is the question that I really have to ask is, so when are we doing the next review or the next re-envision, or how long is this runway meant to take us to? Because it's been about a century since we did the first one. And so hoping it's not a century before we do the next one, but also thinking a lot about what do those stages look like? Because I think when it comes to regional connectivity, there's lots of conversations I'd like to have, but if we're going to be having this conversation again in 8 years, then maybe that's a better time to have this because these are the right bones, these are the right first couple of steps. But just wondering when that review period's built in.
Appreciate that. Over to you, Director.
Through the chair. So our first stop on the redesign of the network was just to float the concept out, undergo public consultation, and then use that to form the new transit growth plan. We do acknowledge that the network will take a period of years to build out to its full use as you see there before you. And really the intent is that that network be built out over time to be ready to coincide with LRT operations in the future. And I'll turn it over to Manager Vanderhout for more detail.
Through the chair, thanks for your question. And I think it's a very good observation on how long it's taken to get to this point. I think it's fair to say within what we've put forward as the concept design, that this gets us ready for rail, for LRT at day one of operation. There's intentionality within some of the routes to be able to expand them with a lot more ease than what we currently have to go into new areas. So when growth takes place in the AGD, for example, if the waterfront industrial area develops in a different way over time, we have the ability to expand our routes pretty seamlessly in there without reconstructing. That said, I think it's fair to say that if this has a time horizon of being rail ready at LRT, then somewhere as we're getting close to that, we're already looking at what does that next decade or a couple of decades look like. Especially given the fact that, 2031, I think the population projection is 660,000, and within the next 2 decades beyond that, over 800,000. So it'll be incumbent upon us to be ahead of growth in the next iteration. Right now, it's a little bit of catch up and getting to level set, and the next iteration is really would be about getting ahead of growth.
Okay. Over to you, Councillor.
Thank you for that, and I think that really does help clarify things. I think a number of these questions, so for example, the reason I asked about our Aldershot connections earlier is if you're in Ward 15, your GO station's Aldershot, it's not Hamilton GO, it's not West Harbour. If you're in Ward 13, I'd argue your GO station is still Aldershot, but there's no connection to get to your GO station, and so folks got to use their cars to get there right now. That's maybe fine. Like maybe we're doing the priority investments in the other places we need them. We can't do everything everywhere all at once, and so that could be a strategic decision, but just wanted to put that on the radar that if we're having that regional connectivity, I think there's room to have those conversations about our suburban amalgamated communities and what makes sense for their nodes, given that they kind of exist between two larger urban centers. And then the other piece I just hoping to clarify with this kind of when the re-envision or when we're kind of going to keep evaluating the system is around rural transit. We've heard that we have to make some decisions about area rating, and I think there's a growing willingness to have an urban-rural system as opposed to 7 or 8 different area-rated systems, having 1 to 2. But that may also lead us to things like rural transit pilots or a route that, especially as we have maybe a city expanding out into the AGD or things like that, where routes maybe run through a rural area and there's an infrequent, but there's a stop in there. And how that gets paid for and how that gets subsidized. I'm just wondering, do you see any barriers to having conversations about rural transit expansion or rural transit pilots in this timeline, or is that all going to kind of happen on a separate course?
Through the chair, at present, the number one constraint is the urban transit area. What it essentially represents right now is about 21% of the land coverage in the municipality. So it's quite small. 1/5 of the land area in the municipality of Hamilton is within the urban area or the urban transit area. About 91% of the population is within that. So obviously the rural area is not very dense. Takes a lot of kilometers to operate service out into that area, and kilometers equal time, time equals money. That's the bottom line. And so we have not been looking at rural service whatsoever. Our focus here is really at synchronizing the urban transit boundary with the urban boundary, number one, and then how does that influence the growth of where the majority of people are living. So it wasn't in scope of this. From a costing perspective or a pay-for perspective, what we have here in the city of Hamilton is those within the urban transit area pay for transit, conventional. The entirety of the municipality pays for specialized service. And so there is a differentiation there between specialized service and conventional right now. But as I've stated, it wasn't in scope of what we were looking at within this concept network.
Thank you for clarifying the scope. And just to confirm that if it did become scope or we have our area rating conversation and now in 3 years, let's say Greensville as a community says, we'd like a stop to happen, maybe on the way to Christie Lake. We'd like a stop in there. We're not precluded from having those conversations. I'm just kind of from a synergy perspective, we're not precluded from having that conversation later.
Through the chair, I don't think there's any preclusion of conversations. Yeah. It'll drive cost is what it is.
Thank you. And my last kind of question, if I still have time through you, Chair, is just a clarification on the changes between BLAST and our new network, whatever that gets called. BLAST D, as Councillor Maureen Wilson suggesting, is just what's changed on the LRT proposed expansion and seeking some confirmation if we have a western and east expansion anymore, or if that idea of a westward and an eastward expansion has been scrapped and we're just doing the original kind of LRT line.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I don't see anybody from the LRT office here, but what I can reference. Oh, right Abdul is here. Before he starts, what I'll say, I'll give an answer in the context of the regional transportation plan. BLAST, as you saw it, the original concept of BLAST was introduced in 2007 into the Transportation Master Plan, 2008 into the Regional Transportation Plan. At that time, you'll see those dotted lines emanating from McMaster University westerly into Dundas and from Eastgate Square easterly to Winona. In the update of the Regional Transportation Plan in 2018, the easterly portion was removed. The westerly portion remained, but it remained as a just potential expansion with no time horizons whatsoever. So that's just in the context of the regional transportation plan, and that portion of it was listed as a potential priority bus portion in that updated plan in 2018.
Councillor?
Yeah.
Over to our Director of
Through the
LRT.
Madam Chair, Councillor, can you repeat the question if you don't mind?
Was just wondering about in the Rapid Ready proposed network, for example, there's not the westward LRT expansion to University Plaza or the eastward LRT expansion. The eastward LRT expansion's been replaced in this with a rapid line, but the westward expansion, there's a new 51 solution and it's not necessarily rapid. And so I'm just trying to seek the change from BLAST to the current proposed model with respect to the extension of the B-line LRT to University Plaza.
Through the Madam Chair, so we have provided the design update last year. The LRT proposal is still the same as per the 2017 Environmental Project Report addendum, which is from McMaster, where the Coots and Main Street is, all the way to Eastgate. So it's still the same proposal we are talking about.
Over to you, Manager. Go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair. Sorry, Councillor, I missed that one portion of your question. What is the difference in our rapid route here versus BLAST in the context of Dundas? So yes, we've removed it from Main Street West to University Plaza. That's the line that you're seeing operating on Coots Drive into downtown Dundas, and that's really our thought around that is around travel times. So leveraging Coots Drive for more of a direct connection between downtown Dundas to the westerly end of the LRT, and then it continues on. That particular expanded BLAST line continues on up Wilson Street into Ancaster and over the Meadowlands, and then actually across the mountain as well. And so through that that particular connection, and it's funny, I was just looking this morning and writing out some examples, and I find it right now. That will result in about a 25% reduction travel time between CF Limeridge and downtown Dundas than what you currently have, eliminating transfers, multiple transfers in order to do that same trip, and then on rapid transit.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you so much for those answers. And I think the clarity that I got there was that it's unlikely that there's the LRT expansion. That's helpful. It's just local residents, I think just want to know the answer as opposed to having a specific formulation of which one's better. Just want to know what the answer is. And so that's really helpful. I'm going to come back when it comes time for the My Ride, but that's all for the redesign. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And really excited about it.
Excellent. Next up, we have Councillor McMeekin, followed by Councillor Danko.
Interesting, Councillor Wilson. Interesting stuff. As one who, in what now is increasingly seen as a previous lifetime, was an unabashed advocate of the light rail transit system, I am really delighted to see a really keen change away from the Hamilton-centric hub to something that's much more specific in terms of shorter routes, not as many transfers, more reliable, more timely. You know, we looked at one-way streets for a couple of decades, I guess, and what we do there, and we finally got around to, well, I didn't have anything to do with it, but previous councils did, getting around to making some important changes. And the LRT, I think, has been a stimulus for a lot of new thinking. And I just want to say for the record, I'm really pleased that that is the case. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Next up is Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple pedantic comments.
You looked it up.
I searched it up, as the kids would say. I'm really excited about this, so I didn't want to let the opportunity go by just a couple wrap-up comments. My father took the bus to work every single day of his career for 35 years, from the mountain to downtown. As a family, we had one car because we didn't need that second vehicle, and definitely being an outlier, it was not the I suppose, norm or whatever you want to call it among my peers for a family to only have one vehicle. However, when I was in university, when I was taking transit on a regular basis, I really saw it in the 90s as the only option. And I think we've been in this cycle where we see transit users as those taking transit because it's their only option. And I think to Councillor Jackson's point earlier, the plan that's before us here is really about making transit that option of choice and not the choice of last resort. When I look at the plan that's before us, the focus on being ready for rail for LRT, is clear and obvious. But I think what else I see in this plan is ready for rail in terms of A-Line as the next phase of the BLAST network. And that's something that I've been working towards for the past term, is trying to build that ridership on the A-Line as the next phase. As we went through some of the iterations with B-Line LRT, discussing, well, we should build A-Line first and why is B-Line first? I think when you actually look at this plan objectively, it should be pretty clear why B-Line went first and A-Line is the next phase, because we're nowhere near rail ready for that north-south connection. But through this plan, we're getting there. Staff talked about the nodes on the corridor, and specifically on the mountain with Mohawk College and Lime Ridge Mall, but also the Airport Employment and Growth District. The growth that we've seen there has just been phenomenal, and connecting that with workers throughout the city is a key for our success as a municipality. Also, I think through this plan, you're going to see a few pretty fundamental changes on the mountain in terms of linking the east-west corridors with Mohawk and Rymel Road becoming, building towards that ridership as rapid transit corridors. And it's going to really change, I think, how people understand the transit system works and how they get around. So, again, I'm really looking forward to the feedback that we receive from the public on this. I know the early feedback that I've received has been just extremely positive. And I think in the long run, it opens up some different options for how we imagine the road network also, because taking a significant number of buses off the Jollycut, well, what options are there then for active transportation routes on the Jollycut? And I think those opportunities just kind of snowball as we move forward. So anyway, I won't take up any more time, but very excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that exhausts our speakers list. Before we move forward with approving the recommendations in the report, Councillor Wilson, did you want to move your motion?
I gave some language to Carrie, which I hope and trust she has improved upon, as she always does. No pressure. And while Carrie is looking for that, I would also like to offer some more high-level remarks in relation to what is motivating me on that. I have been to too many meetings over the last 30 years in which the solution to our significant problems always lands on, we have an image or a branding problem. We have to spend money on branding. Well, I would like to suggest that we have a brand that is over 100 years of age, and it has lasted that long because it works. And to the question of, how do we get suits on transit? We don't put any other commercial advertising on any other city vehicle, not our public works vehicles that travel around and about, not anything. And I think that perhaps speaks to, conscious or not, of what historically we have thought about riders. So one of the best things about taking the bus is actually being able to look out the window and see your city. So it is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Nan that staff be requested to solicit feedback during the next round of consultation on the suitability.
Oops.
Sorry. No problem. No problem.
There we go.
The suitability of advertising wraps on HSR windows and how this may detract from the effort to attract future riders and whether these wraps support efforts to grow ridership and the quality of public transit travel. For your comment, consideration, amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been duly moved and seconded. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so it's before committee for approval. Councillor Pauls? Thank you. And that carries 10-0. And then that would be the report as amended. Already moved and seconded. Correct? Thank you. It's getting to that time. Starting to forget. And big congratulations and thank you to our HSR staff for all the heavy lifting and getting this to this place and this stage. Really looking forward to the next iterations. Really good public consultation, I'm sure, coming forward. Really looking forward to that work in the wards. If I could just take a minute of chair latitude. Just, yeah, tremendous thank you. And really looking forward to that future conversation that my colleague around the table is ready to have also, which is that yes, this, and then what. So thank you very much. That carries 10-0. Moving on to 11.2, My Ride Waterdown On Demand Pilot Review. Moved by, thank you, moved by, sorry, there was a thumb up and then I'll move it. So moved by Councillor McMeekin and seconded by Councillor A. Wilson. Any comments on the report or questions? Just a quick one. Sorry, I need a speakers list in front of me. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor McMeekin, followed by Councillor A. Wilson.
Just a cute one-liner that somebody used a long time ago about Aristotle. Once said, if you want to know if the shoe fits, you got to ask the person who wears it, not the person who made it. And that's what consultation's all about. Thanks.
They're in the cubby, that little, the one that you open the door to. Yeah, there it is. That's where all the little quotes are. Over to you, Councillor A. Wilson.
A hard act to follow, Councillor McMeekin.
All day.
I have a couple of questions about the My Ride, just as someone who hasn't had a chance to use it in Waterdown, about some of the, just how does this operationally work? How are we seeing it work? Because what works in Waterdown, we're now expanding it to Dundas, Ancaster, and Stony Creek, and those are all different communities with different geographies and are going to have different system needs. And so the first question is just, what vehicles will we be using? Are we going to be using small little vans? Are we using the big bus? Like, what is the actual vehicle for the My Ride in these suburban expansions that we're proposing?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, and thank you to Councillor McMeekin for all of his wonderful quotes as well. Right now in Waterdown, we're using a 30-foot vicinity bus, so it is a smaller vehicle than their standard 40-foot bus. Little less intrusive to run in neighborhood streets. Doesn't necessarily give the perception of being empty all the time. For expanded areas, as well as Waterdown in the future, part of our growth strategy is to look at an even smaller vehicle potentially. We feel like even with a 30-foot bus, we're providing overcapacity to what that service represents. And so it would be a smaller, likely to be a smaller vehicle than even that we would be considering in our growth strategy.
Thank you. I can't speak for other communities, but from a Ward 13 perspective, it really feels like we're solving the last mile problem. And so having a bus driving around town just to get people 100 meters, it makes sense to maybe downsize that a bit. Speaking of that, though, I see lots of different routes, some fixed, some not fixed in the proposal. Just again, trying to understand how residents are going to be engaging with this. In a community, how many vehicles are thought to be proposed for the My Ride operations, or what is the service standard that we're trying to meet through vehicle operations?
Through the chair, that's something that we would have to determine as we go through and look at the specific areas. One of the exercises that you have to do is actually do a street rationalization exercise. So where can we feasibly operate these vehicles? Then you have to look at your coverage area. What are you trying to accomplish in terms of that coverage area? You have to look at your geographical constraints. So in the context of Waterdown, the biggest thing we found, or the lesson learned, was upper escarpment community, lower escarpment major connection. And if a lot of people are going to that major connection, it would be better served by tweaking this into a hybrid and dynamically routed on demand. In the context of Dundas, it will, as you said, had its own characteristics. And within this MyRide report, one of the things that we identified is it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. So it's really looking deeply at the community from a community exclusive context and trying to design the right fit around that community.
Thank you. And a last question for me is just how are we going to engage the public in that specific conversation? So less where do the lines go on a map, but more about the service standard, because I can imagine with on-demand services or MyRide like this, the success or the failure of the program depends on its, like whether or not it comes on demand or whether or not the bus is kind of getting rerouted from a bunch of different places. So I could look at this map, I could see the written report, and I could say, oh, that would be really great. I would love this idea of 10-minute service to get me where I need to be. But if only 1 to 2 vehicles is doing the entire Dundas area, then it's just unrealistic that that's actually the service standard that's being achieved. How in the public consultation will we be inviting comments specifically on service standard and service levels for the MyRide?
Through the chair, firstly, I would acknowledge that, yes, that's where we're going to get the feedback from customers through that same consultation process. What we don't have right now is a service standard specific to on-demand service. So in the context of Waterdown, and you're using a service standard of frequency, a minimum standard of 30 minutes in peak, 30 minutes in off-peak, and 60 minutes late, we don't even have that for MyRide. What I can tell you is that we're essentially doubling with the same amount of resources that we previously provided. So that's something that staff is going to have to establish. Our intent on coming back with a recommendation on service standards is to literally look at those 5 different hierarchical types and have a overarching coverage standard, but then get into individual standards with respect to the different service types as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate those insights. And I think a lot of us are going to be learning more about the MyRide as this kind of proposal comes forward. So really excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Councillor Beatty.
My apologies, Councillor Beatty, go ahead. Too many screens over here, I apologize.
No worries. And through you, Chair, a quick question just with regards to MyRide as well. I know that there's a pending review of the Transcab system that's currently employed in some areas within our municipality. And I'm wondering through you if staff can show some timeline or alignment between the review of Transcab and a possible rollout, or I would consider it an upgrade to a MyRide system.
Through the chair to the councillor. So we expect to have that review completed prior to the growth strategy so that we can then bring that back inclusive of the implementation timelines for service in different parts of the city.
If I could drill down through you, Madam Chair, just a little more specificity on what that might look like in time in terms of a timeline.
Through the chair, I can't answer that. It would be pure speculation today. So I'll answer it this way. When we did Waterdown, we did it on an incredibly shortened timeline. We squeezed something in that normally takes a few years for an agency to do into several months, and we were converting conventional service entirely over into fully on demand. We went through that pilot for the year, and then, we were very informed by that pilot on a number of specific things to Waterdown, but also with respect to the software as a service as well and the scalability. So we have to look at the scalability piece now for other areas. And so we'd have to go through the exercise I described to the other councillor, looking at the geographic area, looking at how many buses. But when you start to look at, it's not just one small zone, it's 4 zones or 5 zones or whatever it ends up being. That means more support on the back end as well. Right now, we've kind of done it off the corner of the control room's desk and off the corner of a customer care rep's desk and off the corner of a planner's desk. When you scale up, you have to look at how do we support that service more holistically from a staffing perspective, the right number of vehicles, how many, what are the procurement timelines. And one of the things with vehicle procurement right now, the biggest challenge for us is our space and our capacity issues up at the Mountain Transit Center. So we're expecting to go out to market this summer with for construction, and we're expecting to be occupant in that building in 2026. But until 2026, we still have 45 more buses that we're expected to bring in based on the 10-year local transit strategy. I'm not saying that can't be adjusted based on what we come back with, but we are so far over capacity right now. If we're looking at smaller vehicle types and bringing in a fair number of them, we have to solve the problem. Then where are they going to go?
Councillor.
Just as a quick follow-up, other jurisdictions have used an on-demand program, and I understand that they may have used outside contractors to provide that service. As a stopgap measure, has that ever been considered for the MyRide program in some communities?
Through the chair, no, that has not been considered.
Thank you. Okay, that exhausts the speakers list. Thank you all for your engagement on this report. It is before you for approval. And that carries. Moving on to item 11.3, Hamilton Street Rail HSR fare policies, PW 23024. Could I get a mover and seconder to put this on the floor? Moved by Councillor A. Wilson, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Any questions or discussions? Yes, we have Councillor A. Wilson, please.
Hi, really excited about transit. Have a lot of questions here, but I think just to seek some clarification, what I heard through the presentation, what I'm reading in the reports is that we're proposing a universal or a one-stop shop kind of fare policy subsidy of a 30% subsidy. It's pay as you go. It's for folks who are above a low income threshold and their families. So that's what we're offering. And then what we're changing, and I think this is the bit where I'm just seeking clarification on how does that compare to what we're offering. It's clear that there's more people being offered a subsidy. For the roughly 100 folks who are on the OWODSP monthly pass right now, understanding that the monthly pass to the pay-as-you-go model, clearly there's an improvement to pay-as-you-go, but just seeking confirmation that the subsidy they're getting as our transit rate is going up is a less of a subsidy. Because if they're getting 50% subsidy right now and we're going to do a 30% subsidy, just wondering, for those 100 folks, are they effectively getting a fare increase?
Through the chair. So first of all, that's why we want to do consultation. But yes, there is a difference in what they're currently receiving at 50% off a monthly pass to the 30% if on the Fare Assist program. Now, the logic behind that from our studies are sometimes when people buy a monthly bus pass, they're actually buying more service than they need or use. So they're paying the lump sum up front at the 50%, but they're not traveling that frequently in the month. And so even though the 30% feels like a reduction, there's a chance that the math will net out actually to their benefit, or it'll be a wash. But examining it through consultation will be one of those things that we can undertake.
Thank you, and thank you for pointing out that that piece about the switch from the pay-as-you-go model to the monthly pass model does have a use change, and that could also impact the fee. Similar question, but now focusing on the CNIB and the mobility device users kind of voluntary free fare. Same kind of question. Folks who are currently receiving free transit will be moving to subsidized transit, but still paid transit. So there is people who are currently receiving free transit who under this proposal, post-consultation, but under this proposal would now be paying for transit. Just clarity on that point.
Through the chair, that is correct. I think what you have, excuse me, what you have to remember is right now, it's a voluntary pay system, so some people are choosing to pay and others are not choosing to pay. There is no qualification for whether or not they volunteer to do so or not. There's no income requirement applied to that. So there may be some people who could well afford to pay but are electing not to. And on the flip side, there could be others who are really in need of that ride being at no charge. So by using a low income threshold, we acknowledge that it will be a change for some people. But again, we go back to the methodology should apply to a far greater number of Hamiltonians. And what makes it unique again is itself, partner, and children ages 0 through 17 in the household, noting that all family members need to swipe on with the Presto card.
Thank you again, and through you, Chair. I didn't see mention of our other subsidized passes that we offer, namely our multiple seniors passes. What's the proposal or any changes being recommended to the Golden Pass and the Seniors Pass with respect to these changes to Fare Assist?
Through the Chair, there are no changes to the Golden Age Pass.
And through the, maybe I'm got my terminology wrong. My understanding is Golden Age is when you're 80 plus, but there's also a subsidized model for those 65 plus to 80. The 65 to 80 folks, are they having any changes to their subsidies?
No. Oh, sorry. I'll send it over to Nancy Purser, Manager of Support Services.
Thank you, Nancy Purser, Manager of Support Services. In this case, for seniors who pay as they go already, which a lot of them do, they can qualify and they will receive reduced fare on their pay-as-you-go. As a monthly pass, they're already extremely subsidized, so we're not looking at increasing that discount.
Thank you. And through the Chair, last question, then just one comment on how this all kind of comes together. Talking about Presto Ready and how folks are actually, because if we're relying on all these different passes, all these different fare subsidies, maybe trying to get rid of some of the duplication that exists or make it a little bit more universal, it's a means tested program, and to have those to have your means tested, you have to show up physically in person at the Hunter Go station, whether that's bringing medical paperwork, if you're doing more of a disability based one, or if it's age paperwork, or it's your income paperwork, you have to show up in person. This is modeled in the TTC, like that's Davisville there, so we have a similar model. It is complained about a lot in the U of T system, where every single undergraduate student has to go to Davisville to get their student pass. Are we replicating some of those issues as more and more folks? I understand you can do it digitally, you can do it on your smartphone app, but I'm worried that the folks who most need these subsidies are also the least likely ones to be pulling out their smartphone and doing some of this work. Is there any consideration to having service centers or multiple other points be an access point for that Presto system, or is the intention to keep it at Hunter?
Through the Chair, I will turn that to Nancy Purser to answer. We have had preliminary conversations with our peers in Ontario Works to set up their receipt of the financial information, and I'll turn it to Nancy to respond further.
So through the Chair, yes, we are working with Healthy and Safe Communities who already accept income information for other subsidies that we offer. And so they will handle that piece of it for us. When and they have online applications. So there's various ways for people to submit their financial information, is my understanding. Once we know that they are approved, they will receive a letter from us that will tell them how they can load it on their card. They do not have to come to 36 Hunter to get that concession on their card. They will be able to do it. Either we'll support them via phone, but most of it can be done easily online.
Thank you, through the Chair. I actually did. Thank you, through the Chair, and I think wondering about like the success of our libraries or seeing if that implementation can happen, but it sounds like we're doing lots of consultation about this. A comment from me is I think that we are seeing a collapse of some subsidies to have a more universal program that I think really does offer it up to more folks, but we're also at this time having calls from community to explore free transit and expanding our free transit offering. And what I see here is a move towards expanding of subsidy, but it is folks who are currently having that voluntary pay or folks who may have free transit are no longer potentially a part of the system. And so I think it seems to be a different direction than where community is asking us to go, but one that does include more people. So I see the compromise, I see the work happening. Getting more consultation certainly isn't a bad thing in kind of trying to explore those nuances or explore that contrast. I wonder a little bit about the administrative costs of like a fair subsidy program or the means testing and all these types of things that we're doing, and how any changes to the administration may work, and how that compares to just letting folks on based on their age. You don't have to do any subsidy if you can just show your driver's license that says I'm 18 or things like that. So there are other free models that aren't Presto reliant, but then we don't have the data tracking. And so again, it's a land of contrast. I understand we're making balances. Ultimately supportive of the consultation, just flagging I am cautious of some of the potential outcomes. And if we could put backstops in place to ensure that no one's going to be paying more for transit in those weird scenarios where maybe you are getting the OW pass and you do take transit every day, you would be paying more potentially for transit under this model. So if we could have some backstops in place for the couple folks who may be in that situation, I think that'd be helpful. But understand we may hear that from consultation, and ultimately always supportive of the direction of more subsidies for our transit, just making sure we're including as many folks as possible and doing that in attention to where their situations are. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No further response and no further speakers. So the report is before committee for approval. An affirmative by Councillor McMeekin. That carries 10-0. Thank you. So we're moving on to motions. There's several of them, so if we could keep it moving nice and steady. Thank you to my council colleagues for considering that. So first up is 12.1. And I understand, Councillor Jackson, you're moving the motion on behalf of Councillor Francis.
I am, Chair Nan, thank you. There's only a very few limited whereases, so I think for the public record, I'll read them off. Moved by myself, seconded by the hardworking councillor from Ward 7, Esther Pauls. Playground improvements at Henry and Beatrice Warden Park, 55 Lake Avenue, Ward 5. Whereas the parks in Ward 5 provide valuable recreation connectivity opportunities to residents. Whereas Henry and Beatrice Warden Park is located on the Riverdale West neighborhood at that address. Whereas the City of Hamilton's Parks and Cemeteries 22-23 capital work plan includes replacement upgrades to the playground equipment. Whereas additional funding is needed to replace and relocate the existing swing area, therefore be it resolved A, that the design and installation of a replacement swing area, including safety surfacing at Warden Park at that address, Hamilton, to be funded from the Ward 5 Special Capital Reinvestment Reserve Fund, the account number listed to an upset limit of $32,000, be approved. B, the GM of Public Works be authorized, directed to approve, execute all required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor related to the design, installation, replacement swing area, including safety surfacing at Warden Park at the address noted. Seconded by Councillor Pauls. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's before committee for approval. Seeing nobody on the speakers list, please vote now. Affirmative by Councillor McMeekin. That carries. Next one, also Councillor Jackson on behalf of Councillor Francis.
Yes, Chair Nan. Moved by myself, seconded by the new councillor from Ward 15, Mike Spadafora. Pathway improvements at Sam Manson Park, 80 Nash Road North. Whereas the parks in Ward 5 provide the valuable recreation connectivity, as noted earlier. Whereas Sam Manson Park is located in the Kentley neighborhood, 80 Nash Road North. Whereas the existing Sam Manson Park pathway has deteriorated and would benefit from replacement, therefore be resolved A, that the replacement of the asphalt pathways located in Sam Manson Park be funded from the Ward 5 Special Capital Reinvestment Reserve Fund account noted to an upset limit of $90,000, be approved. B, and once again the GM of Public Works be authorized, directed to approve, execute all required agreements, documents, such terms, conditions satisfactory to our city solicitor related to the replacement of this pathway at Sam Manson Park. Seconded by Councillor Spadafora on behalf of Councillor Francis. Thank you, Chair Nan.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Very speedy reading there. It's moved and seconded before committee for approval, please. An affirmative from Councillor McMeekin and Kassar. That carries. Councillor Pauls, if you could please take the chair. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So this is on behalf of myself and Councillor Huang, but it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson in Ward 1. And the motion is for, my apologies, just loading it up here, Ottawa Street South, it should say, and Maple Avenue pedestrian crossing between wards 3 and 4. Whereas Ward 3 Complete Streets report in the identified areas of concern and recommendations to provide a safer environment for all road users on neighborhood roads based on Vision Zero and Complete Streets principles. And whereas the need for safe pedestrian crossings at Maple Avenue and Ottawa Street South were identified by residents in the Crown Point area, as well as the Delta West area, as a safety concern hotspot in Ward 3 Complete Streets report. And whereas the top of the hierarchy of the need in Vision Zero principles is the child pedestrian, and whereas many school routes require children, the most vulnerable road users, to cross at major arterial roads to get to school, and the intersection of Maple Avenue and Ottawa Street South is an active pathway for children to get to Memorial City School, as well as, I believe there's a Catholic school on the other side. And whereas Ottawa Street is the boundary between Ward 3 and 4, and both offices are prepared to jointly invest in the best technical solution to ensure safe crossing, and whereas the Transportation Operations and Maintenance Division completed an assessment of the intersection and determined that an intersection pedestrian signal is warranted, and therefore be it resolved that the design and installation of an intersection pedestrian signal at the intersection of Ottawa Street South and Maple Avenue be funded equally from the Ward 3 Capital Reinvestment Reserve Account 108053 and the Ward 4 Capital Reinvestment Reserve Account 108054 at an upset limit including contingencies not to exceed $200,000, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form that's satisfactory to the city solicitor related to the design and installation of the intersection pedestrian signal at the intersection of Ottawa Street South and Maple Avenue. And if I could just quickly, many thanks to all the residents who participated in the Ward 3 Complete Streets report, as well as the Delta West Community Association, who hosted myself and Councillor Huang just last week to come have a real-life experience of the intersection. It is unfortunate how treacherous it is to cross. A lot of parked cars right up against the intersection, real sightline concerns for the average adult, able-bodied adult to cross the street there, let alone parents who have competing interests in a moment crossing the street with a child getting to school in the morning and after school. So with thanks to my seconder, and that's it.
And thank you, Councillor. Is there any questions to the Councillor? No? Thank you. Vote.
Thank you. I'll take back the chair then, Councillor. Thank you. Over to 12.4, waste pickup for large community cleanups. Councillor Crutch isn't here right now. Unfortunately, had to get to another committee meeting. So, Councillor Wilson, you feel prepared to move on his behalf? Happy to second it. Do you want to read it out?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was toggling. It is a very short motion, and it follows on the heels of some very good delegations who are sharing with us their experiences, not exclusively at this time of the year, but only looking out the window, you can see why it would have been prompted at this time of the year. So therefore, be it resolved that staff report back to the May 15th meeting of the Public Works Committee on what would be needed to ensure that the city can fully support waste pickup for large community cleanups, including the need for safety equipment and training. It's moved by myself, seconded by my colleague, Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you.
On behalf of Councillor Crutch.
Okay, it's before committee for approval. Vote in the affirmative from Councillor McMeekin. And that carries. Thank you. Over to you again, Councillor Pauls, if you could.
Councillor?
On 12.5, thank you through you, maintenance and beautification of Birch Avenue Green Space and Gardens. Also, a response from the last Public Works Committee meeting where we had delegations come forward. My apologies. So it's moved by myself, looking for a seconder. Councillor Jackson, thank you. It is beautification, and I know how much a fan and supporter you are of that in your own ward, so I appreciate it. Whereas local residents have put time, money, and effort into beautifying the Birch Avenue green space over the past number of years, and whereas this has become a beautiful space to welcome folks to Hamilton who enter the city along Birch Avenue, coming south from Burlington Street East, and whereas Birch Avenue green space has become a gathering space and point of pride for the local community, and whereas the Gibson Lansdowne Planning Committee has identified individuals willing to provide maintenance to the Birch Avenue green space at a paid rate for the 2023 growing season, and whereas Kiwanis is willing to provide funding to the upkeep of the Birch Avenue green space at a rate of $1,000 as long as there is matching funds provided from another source, therefore be it resolved that $1,000 of matching funds be allocated from the Ward 3 Bell Tower funds, non-property tax revenue account 3301609603 to the Gala Planning Committee towards the efforts of maintaining the Birch Avenue green space, and B, that staff be directed to review the delegation requests from the Public Works Committee on March 20th, 2023 regarding support for water access to help maintain the Birch Avenue green space, and report back with possible recommendations that could also be applied citywide where applicable. And C, the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form that's satisfactory to the city solicitor. And if I could, through you, Paul, Councillor Pauls, just a reminder that this is now deemed as a municipal park. It has one of those green gateway signs. It is one of those scenarios where it was a community-led initiative and then adopted. We still need to figure out the maintenance and upkeep of this park, and this is still a stopgap solution as residents who have been volunteering to maintain the space are losing capacity physically. Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't see any questions from my colleagues. No? Okay, Evo, and I'll give your chair back.
Thank you. That carries. Moving on to 12.6, park pathway replacements at Ferris Park. Councillor Beattie, please, your motion and seconder.
Thank you, Chair, and I will be running out of here as soon as I finish this motion because apparently my presence is required for the quorum that Councillor Crutch is also in. So, with that said, motion by myself, seconded graciously by Councillor Cassar. Whereas there is extensive park pathway systems in Ferris Park, 25 Linwood Drive, and Hunter Estates Park, 314 McIntosh Drive, that connects residents to the park, to the greater Poplar Park and Guernsey neighborhoods, and whereas these pathways have surpassed their useful lifespan and need to be replaced to ensure smooth and accessible path surfaces, therefore be it resolved that funds for the park pathway replacement at Ferris Park and Hunter Estates Park be funded from the Ward 10 Councillor Priority Minor Maintenance Account at an upset limit, including contingency not to exceed $400,000 be approved, and that the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized and directed to approve and execute all required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions satisfactory to the City Solicitor related to the parkway pathway replacements at said parks.
Got it. That's it. It's moved and seconded. It's before committee for approval. Thank you, and that carries on to 12.7, installation of drinking water fountain with bottle filler in Newlands Park. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Jackson. This is for installation of a new drinking water fountain, whereas Newlands Park is an active neighborhood park supporting the Rolston neighborhood and beyond, whereas new recreational amenities were added to the park in 2022 through an area rating fund to support active recreation and promote health and fitness, and whereas the addition of a new water drinking fountain would support residents' access to water and mitigate single-use plastics, Be it resolved, A, that staff be directed to install a water drinking fountain with bottle filler in Newlands Park to be funded from the Ward 8 Special Capital Area Rating Reserve Fund in an amount not to exceed $65,000. That the annual operating impacts for the required maintenance and repairs for the drinking water fountain be included in the 2024 Public Works Department base operating budget, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements, etc. Just very quickly, this is, we're just going through our area rating assignments and funding for this term. This is a leftover item, just tying up a loose end from last term. We invested in new outdoor fitness equipment and play structures in Newlands Park, and this is just adding on the water fountain as the last piece of the puzzle because we ran out of money. So happy to get that finished up. Thank you.
Thank you. It's duly moved and seconded before committee for consideration. That carries. Thank you. Moving on to 12.8, pedestrian lighting improvements at T. Melville Bailey Park. Again, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Whereas T. Melville Bailey Park is an active neighborhood park in Ward 8 with pathways that promote active transportation through the community, whereas parks provide local opportunities for physical fitness and recreation throughout the year, and whereas the pedestrian pathway lighting that exists in T. Melville Bailey Park supporting commuters and park users is in need of life cycle replacement. Therefore, be it resolved that $60,000 be allocated from the Ward 8 Special Capital Reinvestment Reserve to implement replacement pedestrian lighting across the path through T. Melville Bailey Park, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements, etc. Again, just another loose end from last term as we didn't have literally a dime left at the end of the term. We are doing the play structure, we are doing the pathway, and this park in particular, the pathway is a very active pedestrian commuter route. Because it connects the main street, West 5th, and the neighborhood. So it's very, very well used, and happy to replace the pedestrian lighting to make it more appealing and especially safe for pedestrians in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded before committee for consideration. That carries. Thank you. Any other notices of motion, committee members? Seeing none, moving on to general information, other business. We have our amendments to the outstanding business list. That don't need approval. Perfect. Okay, so we're at adjournment. Who's moving it? Councillor A. Wilson, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. And please vote before you leave. And again, thank you to all staff for all your preparation for today's hefty agenda, as well as to clerks for support during this meeting. And hope you have a great rest of your, is it just Monday? Wow.